Hello, hello, hello. This is Attorney Mike Gravelin coming to you from Chicago. As usual, this is a crazy trial. I got onto it while I was waiting for the verdict, or maybe just the trial on Lori Vallow Daybell. So I did that, but that was Skeptic's video. This is going to be the whole trial. It's going to be long. I don't know how long because there are breaks and stuff that I'm going to take out of it. But it's so good. I had to do the whole thing. Let's get this thing started, shall we?
The knowledge of having drugs in her system. Your Honor, the court is aware there was a long discovery period in this case where we exchanged discovery when the defendant was represented by counsel. Even prior to this trial, with the defendant representing herself, I reached out just to ask whether or not she had any witnesses or to exchange discovery. The only response that the state has received is that she plans to call the clerk of court as a witness in this case. So, Your Honor, we would move and eliminate if there.
All right, so you mentioned several things there. Let me take up one at a time. One was the contention maybe that she was forced to take the drugs into the jail, maybe a duress defense.
Correct.
And that's recognized under the law for every crime except murder, as I understand it. And so what would prevent her from asking for that jury instruction if she were to somehow admit evidence rather?
If she presents evidence, I guess that's my concern, Your Honor. So, and also the concern of the state is that we certainly understand that while she could testify as to certain things, what we did not want to happen was for those allegations to just remain out there and there be no other corroborating evidence, especially in light of the fact that the defendant has said that she does not plan to call any witnesses other than the clerk of court that would be speaking on this trust issue that is not relevant to the case.
I certainly understand the concern. What I don't think we can foreclose entirely is she could always decide to testify herself. And we're not going to know which direction that's going until the state, if required to, the defense, if required to, is given an opportunity to present evidence. So to the extent some of these things could come in purely through her testimony, I think it's premature for motion in limine. If there are certain aspects on cross-examination that she brings up, feel free to make a contemporaneous objection. But for now, I think we're on notice. I've told Ms. Young that there are some things she said that may not be admissible. And I think at this point, I can't foreclose an entire avenue in its entirety. So for now, I would reserve ruling on any specific aspect of your motion in limine. Anything else?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Miller, we got you added as a co-host to Zoom now?
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct.
And is this, the things you're sharing, do they have audio?
The first one would be a PDF file. The next few exhibits will be audio. I did set up a Bluetooth speaker right here in front of the jury. And so I'm not sharing my sound through Zoom. It will only be playing through the speaker.
Feel free if you need to just go ahead and do an audio check so we're not wasting time on that.
I did, Your Honor, but
and everything's good. Okay, great. Glad to hear that, Mr. Miller. And so is there anything on behalf of the defense we need to take up other than everything you've raised before, kind of general jurisdiction issues? Is there anything else that would prevent us from calling and beginning the state's case here this morning?
No.
All right. Then let's do this. If you could go ahead and bring in your first witness, we'll just have him waiting on the witness stand while we see if the final juror has arrived.
I have concern about the speakers. Why? Because he's got to have his, use it probably on that thing. He's got to use the audio.
What's up?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
You can go over
I
there.
did everything from him.
Just go over there and talk to him.
Listen for the book. I'll let the fellow coming out.
Okay.
Right here.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. So, you got to share. Because you.
Unless maintenance is doing unless maintenance is doing
Okay.
checks on them. Okay.
Not even share, and then it really costs.
Well,
Is that cheering?
What's you're doing?
Well, I'm just saying.
Just double check. Just double check.
Yeah, you get share, do it the way you're gonna do it, because you gotta share it.
Maintenance is.
Good Lord. Yeah, no one here. 6:30.
You ready, John?
All right. One moment.
Going,
I think we're gonna
unless maintenance is
Think we're-
going down.
stop that. Let's remove it from the screen. We can bring in the jury. Y'all can have a seat as you come in. We're standing for you.
All judges present, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Lattimore. Welcome back, members of the, please be seated, everybody. Welcome back, members of the jury. As I understand, my prediction proved accurate on traffic this morning, so thank you for bearing with us. But I do understand that I think juror 2 deserves a gold star today for
Because I was here first.
the crack of dawn arrival. So, anyhow, with that though, I think we are ready to begin with the state's presentation of their case in chief. So with that, Ms. Boykin, the state may call its first witness.
Good morning. The state calls Samaya Barnes to the stand.
I do.
Please spell your first and last name correct.
First name is Samaya, Samiyah. Last name is Barnes, Barnes.
Good morning, Ms. Barnes. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Can you please tell the jurors where you're employed?
I'm employed with the Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your position with the sheriff's office?
I'm a custodian of records for the Sheriff's Office.
And what are your duties as a custodian of records?
I review records before they're released, meaning it can be a personnel file, it can be jail video, body worn camera footage, it can be arrest reports, any type of records, incident reports before they're released, even medical records. I review and I determine what can be released to the public and what has to be redacted and what cannot be released.
And you mentioned that you also review and before releasing personnel records as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Would those records include a oath of office?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell the jurors what the oath of office is?
The oath of office is a standard form provided to all personnel that works for the sheriff's offices. Basically, you are sworn in and you commit to the duties and responsibilities on the oath of office.
And this oath of office is reduced to writing?
Say that again, ma'am.
Is it put in writing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is it signed by the person taking the oath?
Yes, ma'am. Each individual has to sign it.
The records you described, the oath of office and the other records you described to the jurors, are those kept in the normal course of business?
Yes, ma'am.
In this matter, did you receive a request to produce an oath of office for Jadon Young?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and Your Honor, may I approach?
If it's your witness, you don't have to ask, and you may.
Well, let me show it.
Yes, I have a copy of that.
Barnes, I'm handing you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that document?
It's a official oath of the detention officer oath of office for Miss Jadon Young.
And was that the document that you provided from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office in response to the request?
Yes, ma'am.
And that document's kept in the normal course of business at the Sheriff's Department.
Yes.
Your Honor, state will move to admit State's Exhibit 1 into evidence.
The objection to Exhibit 1
No objection.
submitted.
And Ms. Barnes, can you, Your Honor, permission to publish for the jury?
You may.
And Ms. Barnes, can you, let me scroll up for a second. Ms. Barnes, can you read the oath to the jurors?
I, Jadon Young, do swear that I will faithfully execute all duties, tasks, assignments, obligations, and responsibilities directed to all detention officers of this county, or which are directed to all detention officers of this state or to any other detention officers specially. I do further swear that I am not the holder of any public monies due this state unaccounted for, that I'm not the holder of any office or trust under the government of the United States, except postmaster, nor either of the several states, nor of any foreign states, and that I am otherwise qualified to hold said office according to the Constitution of laws, Georgia, and that I will support the Constitution of the United States of this state. I do further swear that during this continuance in office, I will, to the best of my skill and ability, faithfully discharge all the duties required of me as a detention officer and execute the orders of my superior officers. In all cases, conform and enforce the criminal laws of the state of Georgia, the ordinance of Fulton County, and obey the rules governing the sheriff's office, and report all violations of the same that may come to my knowledge. I will not persecute the innocent nor help to shield the guilty. And in all acts of doings, I will be governed by the laws, rules, and ordinance applicable to the sheriff's office. So help me God.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No cross-examination.
Can this witness be excused, Ms. Boykin? Thank you, Ms. Barnes. State may call its next witness.
At this time, the state will call Sergeant Williams Foote to the stand, please.
Fantastic. Nice, clean setup. You had a job. You had an oath. You violated your oath. Let's get that up front because that's the whole point here.
Approach with the exhibit list and redacted indictment.
Ms. Boykin, have you shown this to the defense?
I'll provide her with a copy.
All right.
Yes, sir.
He's out of seat.
My name is Marissa William. That's Maurisa. Last name William, William.
Good morning, Sergeant Williams.
Good morning.
Where are you currently employed?
Fulton County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been employed with the Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
18 years.
And throughout the 18 years, could you kind of give us an overview of the various positions you may have held during your time with the Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
When I was first hired, I was hired on as a security specialist, and I worked down in the, excuse me, on the 9th floor in our warrant division. I did processing paperwork. I was then transferred to the jail at 901 Rice Street, where I then worked in the courts. I did their paperwork from when they went to court, the dispositions, processed that paperwork. I then worked in administration. I switched over to become a detention officer in 2006. No, in '09, I switched over to become a detention officer, where I then worked on the floors, watching over the inmates for their safety and security. I was then promoted to a detention sergeant in 2013. I worked as a detention sergeant inside of the jail for 4 years, and then I switched over to become a deputy sheriff in 2017. I worked in medical. I worked on all of the housing floors. I did inmate services, where we make sure everything is clean throughout the jail, provided all of the supplies that's needed for inmates and stuff throughout the jail. And then in 2020, I was promoted to a deputy sheriff sergeant,
And what is your current position now?
a deputy sheriff sergeant.
And so I'm assuming, was that your title back in 2021, May specifically of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And could you tell us about the training that you had to undergo for that particular position?
So once you become a deputy sheriff, for a sergeant, you have to do a written exam where they go through a list of questions for both inside of the jail facility, knowing the policies and the procedures, and also knowing the policies and procedures, as well as working in law enforcement on the street. And then you also have to undergo an interview board where they ask you a series of questions, and you have to be able to answer them knowing and factual as to what they're asking you.
So turning your attention to May 3rd and May 4th of 2021, were you working in your role as a deputy sheriff with the Fulton County Sheriff's Department at the jail?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's talk about what particular shift were you working during that time?
I was on the 11 to 7 shift, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Now, while you're on that shift, are you responsible for any of the detention officers?
Yes, sir.
And
I
then-
will be considered the first line supervisor for the detention officers.
Now, could you explain to us how the jail is broken down? Because I know, generally there's floors, but could you tell us how it's structured?
So you have detention officers will be the main first officer, and then you have a supervisor who oversees the detention officers. Then you have a lieutenant who oversees the sergeants, and then you have a captain for each shift. So at the jail, when you report for duty, we call a roll call where everyone has to come in a room, and we get our floor assignments from the lieutenant or the watch commander that's on duty. And then they assign us to where they need us for that evening.
So do you recall whether or not the Miss Jadon Young was present during roll call for that 7 to 11 shift on May 3rd?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall if she was given her assignment during that roll call?
Yes, sir.
And what was her assignment during that roll call?
So she was originally supposed to go to 6 North. However, on that particular evening, the 5th floor was short an officer, so they reassigned her to the 5th floor to 5 North.
And when she was assigned to 5 North, what role would she be assigned on 5 North?
So as a detention officer, between the officers amongst the floor, you have either a floor officer or a tower officer, and they can interchange because you're trained to do both. So it's really a conversation that you have with your coworker when y'all get to the floor, like, I'm gonna work the floor, you work the tower, or, we'll split it. I'll do it for the first half and you can do it for the second half. It's just a conversation. There's no, you have to work the tower or you have to work the floor. It's just that's where you're assigned to.
Now, do you recall her demeanor upon receiving this assignment during roll call, this reassignment?
It was more so of a agitation, like she didn't want to go, but that's your job. When you get assigned somewhere, you really have to go where you're assigned.
And are you generally made aware of your assignment prior to attending roll call?
So normally you have a floor that you always work. However, on any given day, for whatever reason, you can be reassigned. So she was normally assigned to 6 North, but on that particular night, like I stated, we was short an officer on 5 North, so they reassigned her down to 5.
And so going back to the assignments, I know you said that both are detention officers, but there's one assigned possibly to the floor and one to the tower. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so could you explain to us the role of I guess it would be a tower operator?
hmm
Could you explain that role to us, please?
So as the tower officer, you are basically the eyes and the ears of the floor. So you sit in the tower and you're able to see every housing unit that's on that floor. You're able to watch over the officer who's working the floor. You're able to hear things that the officer may not hear if they're not in the zone, because you're able to turn your microphones on in each zone to hear and be able to see inside of each zone. So basically the tower officer controls the floor. They control all the doors on the floor. They have the keys. They answer the phones and things of that nature. So the tower officer is basically like the main operator of the floor.
Now, was there someone in that tower with the top tower operator?
So no, it's only one person in the tower at a time.
Now, is there a restroom inside of the tower?
Yes.
And is it generally open for anyone to go in and out? Or
No,
is it
sir.
locked?
The tower is secured. The only time you can get into the tower is if the tower officer opens the door themselves. There are emergency sets of keys, but those keys are held in the key tray, so you would only go get them in the event that you can't gain access to the tower. But there's always a person in the tower that will be able to let you in and out. But once you go in, you can't come back out until somebody opens the door for you to get out.
Okay. And when it comes to the person working the floor, are they given periodic breaks?
Yes.
And during their break, if they need to regain access to the floor they're assigned, how would they be able to regain that access?
So outside of the main door on the floor, there's a call button. So you will push the button, which rings to the tower, and the tower will ask who you are, what you need on the floor, and you just tell them who you are. And that's how you would get onto the floor.
Now, during your shift on May 3rd of 2021, were you made aware of an incident regarding Jadon Young?
Yes.
Okay, could you tell us about how you became aware of that incident?
Well, I was the supervisor over 5 North and 5 South because it was on a weekend. So the other sergeant who will normally work the north side was their off day. So I had both sides. And I was housed on the 5 South, and I kept hearing on the radio them raising 5 North, and there was no response. And
Now, when you say raising 5 North, was that someone in particular they were trying to get in contact with on 5 North?
they were just trying to raise whoever was working that floor. Neither the floor officer or the tower officer was responding to the radio.
Okay.
So at that point, it became a worry, like what's going on over there that no one is responding on that floor.
And did you respond to that floor?
Yes, sir. I then tried calling. I tried calling the floor, the sergeant's office on the floor. There was no answer. I tried calling the tower. There was no answer. I then got up to go over there myself, and my tower officer on the south side informed me that the officer that was on the north side had came and pushed a button and asked him to try to call over there because she was locked out. So when I got to the north side, Theo King was standing outside the door, and she informed me that she had been trying to
No, this is a
get back on the
witness, not the
floor, but
defendant.
no one was answering the button, and she wasn't answering the radio.
Who wasn't responding to the button? When you
Miss
said,
Young.
okay, and then she said no one was responding to the radio. Who was that person they were trying to reach through radio?
Young.
Okay, and so to just be clear, was Miss Young the tower operator
Yes.
that they were trying to reach?
Yes.
Okay, and so upon receiving information of this, what, if anything, did you do next?
I tried hitting the call button several times, still no response. I then tried raising her on my radio saying, 5 North, open your 903, no response. So then myself and Officer King went up to 6 North so that we can come down the stairwell to the tower on 5 North. And when I got to the tower, I looked in there, the lights were off and it was dark, but I couldn't see Officer Young. I couldn't see her.
Was
So
the door unlocked?
No, the door was not unlocked. I shook it really, really hard. I started knocking and beating on it, still no response. So I then went back to 6 North to ask for their emergency keys to try to gain access to the 5 North tower. And when I got back down there, those keys didn't work. So I tried beating and shaking on the door again, still no response.
Did you try to call a radio during that time as well?
Yes, I kept raising her on the radio, and I can hear the radio. I can hear myself on the radio that was in there, but I still didn't see Officer Young.
Okay. At any point, did she respond to any of the knocking of the door or the
No,
radio or
sir.
the calling?
No, sir.
And so after returning and realizing the key was not working, and calling and shaking the door with no response, what did you do next?
I then went to the 6 South Tower and I received their emergency keys to see if their keys would open the door on the 5th floor, 5 door. And when I got back up with the 6 South keys, it still didn't work. And so I tried again, shake and beat, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on. So as I was going down the stairs, I was going to go get the keys from the 4th floor. And as we were going down the stairs, I heard the tower door pop, like unlock. So I then ran up to try to catch the door so that I can get in there.
And did you ultimately catch the door open?
Yes,
And were you able to enter the tower?
yes.
Okay. Now, upon entering the tower, what, if anything, did you observe?
So there were several lights on the screen lit up, different call buttons that were being, people were hitting their call buttons inside their cells. Also outside the door, there was the radio, our county issue radios, hers was turned up really loud. The phone was just ringing, 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 ringing. And she was sitting in a chair, but her eyes was real low. Her hair was looked like she had been asleep. And her hair was kind of messed up. And yeah.
Did you inquire as to what was going on with her during that
Yes.
time?
I asked her, was she okay? What was going on? She told me that she was just really tired. And I told her that, being in the tower, you cannot be asleep. Like, you have to be able to be up and observant to watch over the floor officers on the floor. And she just said she was just a little tired, but she was fine. And so I told her and Officer King to switch. So I told her to go and work on the floor to, wake her up, move around a little bit. So I told her to go work on the floor and King to work in the tower. So I told King to go down and get all her belongings so that she can come up to the tower.
So why is it important for the tower operator to be alert versus, being in that state that you saw her in?
Because as stated, they're really the eyes and the ears on the floor. So if the floor officer gets into any type of distress or anything, they would be the ones to call for that officer some assistance. If they see something happening into the zone, if another inmate is getting assaulted or anything like that, they would be the ones to alert other officers to come in because they're able to see everything that's happening on the floor.
And so when you switched Officer Young to the floor and Officer King to the tower, what, if anything, did you do next?
So once I gave them those instructions, I returned to 5 South, which was where I was supposed to be. I returned to 5 South and I let King know that if she needed me, just to call me back. I'm on duty tonight. And about, I'd say 10 to 15 minutes later, she called me, Officer King called me and she said, Sarge, Young hasn't came out of the stairwell and we have an inmate that's refusing to go back into his cell. So at that time, myself and I took my 2 cadets, which were officers in training, I took them with me and we went over to the north side so that we could address the inmate and I could see what was going on with Young.
Now, did you go back and approach Young for a second time?
Yes. So once I got to the north side, as King opened the floor door, the 903 door, to allow me access on the floor, I heard Young come out of the stairwell. and she came around the corner. And as she came around the corner, she just was unsteady. And she walked into the sergeant's office to put her belongings down. And as I seen her come out, I said, okay, she came out the stairwell, so she's okay. And I went to address the inmate who was refusing to return to his cell.
So after addressing the inmate issue, did you return to the sergeant's office to speak with Officer Young?
Well, as I was addressing the inmate, one of my cadets came and told me, he said, Sarge, something's wrong with the officer that's over there doing the round. So I left from the inmate to go to check on Officer Young. And as I observed her, she was in Zone 100, which is the housing unit for the inmates. And she was trying to do a security round and pick up trash. However, she was moving slow and she was like staggering as she walked. Her eyes was real low. So at that point, I instructed the cadet to go ahead and take over the security round. I told her to come, let's go in the office, because she just was unsteady and didn't look herself.
Y'all let the record reflect on showing the fence what has been pre-marked as state's proposed exhibit 2. Wish to approach, Young.
You may.
Sergeant Williams, what I'm showing you, what has been pre-marked by the state as state's proposed exhibit 2. Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
And what is it?
That's a recording of my body camera footage.
And now, is the footage contained on this jump drive a fair and accurate representation of the body cam footage you captured of Officer Young on May 4th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
Has it been changed in any way?
No, sir.
Young, at this time, the state moved to admit into evidence state's exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted.
Commissioner Publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Basically doing, unless maintenance is doing down. Unless maintenance is doing checks on them. Okay, and I was wondering, what are we needing to put on the computer, so I didn't know if that's from. The majority of it though is from. Sergeant Williams. The majority of it. Whoo, you like scaring the hell out of me, baby. Please get in here and take a seat.
Oh, this is not good. I love it.
Maintenance is doing.
Sergeant Williams, as you're escorting Officer Young to the captain's office, what were your observations of her during that time?
So that footage was from me escorting her from the north side to the south side. And I did that because she couldn't stay awake. Her eyes was really low. She was swaying and staggering as she walked. So as I told her to get her stuff so we can go, I was gonna keep her on the floor with me so that I can keep a better eye on her. And as we were walking, she couldn't stand up. Like she was barely standing up and she just kept swaying. And several times she used the wall to like hold herself up. And it was making me really nervous.
She was
for
just
her
checking the
well-being.
walls for security.
So did you have any concerns during that time, from observing her?
Yes, she definitely did not. She was not coherent. Like she was very out of it. She couldn't stay awake. Her eyes kept closing. She kept falling asleep. Every time I would ask her a question, her responses would be different. When I kept asking her, was she okay? Has she taken anything? She told me that she had taken some Benadryl 3 hours ago. And I told her, I said, well, 3 hours ago, you was on shift. Why would you take Benadryl while you're on shift? And she said, no, I took it before I came to work. I said, well, did you take it before you came to work or did you take it while you were at work? Then she said, well, I took it before I came to work. And I'm like,
you're falling asleep as I'm talking to you. And then she sits down and she reaches into her bag and she picked out or apple juice bottle, a Minute Maid apple juice bottle, and she put it to her. She tried to drink it, but there was nothing in the bottle. And I said, clearly something is wrong with her. So I then reported down to the watch commander's office to speak to the lieutenant on duty to let him know how she was and her actions and things of that nature, her behavior.
So I saw, we observed that you had a body cam. Are you generally equipped with body cam throughout your shift?
Yes, sir.
Is it always on throughout your shift?
So we have it in what is called a standby mode, which means it's actively recording. However, it only captures when you activate it. And normally you will activate it anytime you're doing like pill call, feeding, any interactions with the inmates so that you can capture anything on camera.
And so why did you activate your camera during this interaction with Officer Young?
I activated it because of the way she was barely standing up and how she was staggering and wobbling. And my concern was for her health. So I figured if something happened, it would be on camera so that they would be able to see her demeanor prior to anything, or they'll be able to see what happened.
Now that clear bag that she was carrying in the video, was those her personal belongings?
Yes, sir.
And now after Lieutenant, you say you raised a lieutenant.
I actually went to the watch commander's office where the lieutenant was,
Okay, and why did you do that?
so I can let him know her behavior and her demeanor.
And throughout your interactions with
Oh, I'm
Officer
taking
Young,
notes.
at any point did she say anything that suggested that maybe she had consumed or unsuspectingly a controlled substance?
No, sir.
Did she say throughout your interaction with Officer Young that night, did she say anything in regards to someone possibly placing something in her personal belongings?
No, sir.
One moment, Your Honor. No further questions from the state, Your Honor, subject to redirect.
Any cross-examination?
Yes. How are you doing this morning?
I'm good. You?
That's great. I'm doing well. I noticed that you spoke on noticing that I was having a medical emergency of some sort, but my demeanor was off. Was EMT ever called for me?
Yes.
Was that in a watchtower or was it when I got down to the captain's office?
It was after we escorted you down to the captain's office.
Is that on body footage?
No.
Okay. I also noticed that you said that I walked out of the tower on my own. Are there cameras in the tower or in the hallways of the towers at all?
There's cameras in the stairwell and also on the floor in the horseshoe.
Okay, but not in the
But
actual
not in the
watchtower.
actual tower. No, sir.
Okay. And while I was under this influence, under the demeanor, not feeling well, you asked me a question twice about Benadryl, me taking Benadryl. Do you usually ask people who aren't feeling well questions about what they've taken if they're not feeling well, knowing that they probably wouldn't have a recollection of
She does.
anything?
Which is
Yes.
convenient because she
Okay.
is
If
one.
they're on duty.
Okay. And you also stated that, I'm sorry, 1 second. How would you know what question to ask? If there was something in my bag, or the prosecutor said if there was something in my bag, how would I know if there's something in there to let somebody else know?
I'm not understanding the question.
The prosecutor asked you, did you search my bag? Right.
They didn't, but yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm asking, my bag was searched. How would I know to inform someone if there was something in my bag or if there was something that somebody may have given me if I didn't know?
Oh yeah, it was
Well,
planted.
when we asked you,
Mhm.
you
Objection, Your
responded.
Honor. Off of speculation.
Overruled. If you can answer the question, you can.
When we asked you, had you taken anything, you responded, you said you took Benadryl. When when the medical provider came to assess you, he let us know that, that Benadryl does have a drowsiness effect, but that in your case, it was really extreme. And, you said that what you took was in your bag. You told us that what you took was in your bag.
Wow, I wasn't aware of anything, correct?
Yeah,
Well,
because
you
you were
kept
messed
saying that
up.
you were fine.
Okay, okay. That's testimony. Wow, I wasn't feeling well. I got you. Um, and is there any reason why the EMT wasn't caught on body camera footage for any reason?
Well, it wasn't on my
Yep.
body camera footage. I'm not sure if it was on
What's going on here?
Lieutenant Grady's or not, but it wasn't on mine.
Okay. No further questions.
Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor. So Sergeant Williams, when you inquired as to whether or not Officer Young had taken anything, why were you asking those questions?
Because of her not being able to really stay awake. And I was worried that something was really wrong with her. So if she had taken something, then it would give us more of an explanation as to why her demeanor and her behavior was in which it was. So her saying that she took Benadryl, okay, yes, Benadryl has a drowsiness effect. So, well, let's let her not be on the floor. Let's put her somewhere where she can sleep because she can't even drive home at this point. We can't send her home because she's unable to stay awake. And so we initially said, well, let's just let her sleep it off, you know, in a safe environment. And it kind of went from there.
And so when she informed you that which she had taken was inside her bag, did you indeed go in the bag to find what she had taken?
Yes, sir.
And what did you find?
So when we went in her bag, she had a sandwich bag of white pills. It was quite a few of them. She had a sandwich bag full of white pills and then another bag of like gummy candies or whatnot.
When you say a few, could you give me a general number?
I don't know the specific number, but it was more than 10.
And you said it was in a sandwich bag, was it?
Yes, sir.
Were there any like prescription bottles or medicine bottles inside?
No, sir.
And when you saw these white pills, did you inquire as to what they were in origin or whether or not they were Benadryl?
Well, as we saw the white pills, Lieutenant Grady told us that those looked like Xanax. And so we then Googled the pill itself, and that's what it came up as being.
Did you inquire, Officer Young, as to whether or not she had taken those pills as opposed to the Benadryl she said she had taken?
No.
Now, did that conclude your portion of this matter?
Well, we did. She ended up coming back after Lieutenant Grady walked her to the captain's office to try to rest. She ended up coming back down to obtain her bag. And when she came back down, she told Captain Winfrey that those pills were her prescription and that it was on the bottle in her bag, but there was no prescription bottle in the bag.
Mhm.
And so then Captain Winfrey instructed me just to keep an eye on her. And as I was keeping an eye on her, she continued to fidget and reach for her bag, kept reaching for her bag. And then she took something out of her bag and put it in her pocket.
Did you know what, if anything, she took out of her bag into her pocket?
It was papers. So when Captain Winfrey came back in, she instructed us to do like a pat search of Officer Young, and then that was my conclusion of dealing with her.
And when you were going through the bag, did you come across any other types of pills or any substances?
Yes, there was in her bag there was another smaller bag, which inside that smaller bag there was another bag of little pills. They were different colors, different sizes, and then there was a black ball of electric. It was like wrapped up in electrical tape.
Oh,
Is that
good
a black ball?
It was a ball, like it was wrapped with electrical tape, so it was in the shape of a ball.
Were you later made aware of whether or not this was just a ball of tape or something else?
Well, once we opened the bag, it had a strong odor of marijuana. And at that point, Lieutenant Grady turned on his camera and he recorded himself opening the contents.
Now, the other pills, the different colored pills and capsules that you also said were in her bag, were they inside of a prescription bottle?
No,
How were they packaged?
in the sandwich bag.
In a sandwich bag? And the number, could you give us a general number of these colorful pills and capsules?
I don't think that one was more than 10, but it was
My
more
God,
than
don't they
5.
get searched?
All right, thank you.
He recross.
Yes.
So she had enough drugs for Charlie Sheen. Very good. Oh, here comes the cross.
Being that my bag is clear and you can see anything in there without even touching it, what made you go specifically for my wallet? Because you also said that I came back down to get my bag. I'm not aware of that. Like I said, I have no recollection of that night after being in a watchtower. You said I came back to get my bag. Is that on camera at all either?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And being that my bag is clear, you can see anything in my bag without touching it first, right?
Well, you can see certain things in your bag, like say you had another bag inside of that bag, so you can't see inside of the other bag because the other bag was not clear. Your wallet was not clear. You had notebooks and binders and stuff, so you had quite a few things in your bag.
Okay. Okay. But could you see the pill bottles that you were describing, or are there any? Okay. So what bag are you specifically speaking of that was inside of my clear bag?
There was like I guess the kind of like a makeup bag, and it was colorful, but it was not clear.
Okay. And you said there was a wallet as well?
Yes.
Okay. How big was the wallet? If you
Like a normal size wallet.
Okay.
It was thick, but normal size.
Okay. That is all, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused, Mr. Miller.
You may, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. State may call us next witness.
I think we'll call Ms. King to the stand.
My favorite was on the last cross when she said, "So I walked out of there." Yeah, we saw the video of you walking out of there, hitting every wall on the way.
Yes.
Please state your name and spell it correct.
Brianna King, BreeAnna, last name King.
Good morning, Ms. King.
Good morning.
How are you doing today?
I'm well.
Ms. King, what is your current occupation?
Currently, I am the emergency management specialist for Clayton County Public Schools.
And were you employed with the Fulton County Sheriff's Office at some point in time in your career?
I was
Okay. And what years were you employed with the Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
from 2019 to 2021.
And in 2021, what was your current position? What was your position with the Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
A detention officer.
Okay. And what was your role and responsibilities as a detention officer?
To maintain the safety and security of staff and inmates.
And so do you recall working in your capacity as a detention officer on May 3rd and May 4th of 2021?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. And could you tell us, did you have an occasion to interact with someone by the name of Jadon Young?
Yes. You
And-
said it again.
Oh, go ahead. Did you have an occasion to interact with someone by the name of Jadon Young during your time as a detention officer?
Yes.
Okay. And so on May 3rd of 2021, what was your assignment during that time?
As a detention officer, we were assigned to different floors. So I was assigned to, I'm sorry, I can't even tell you. I was assigned to a floor to basically maintain the safety and security of inmates.
Okay. Now, did you receive that assignment during roll call prior to your shift starting?
Yes, we have roll call before every shift.
Okay. And do you recall who was assigned to be the tower operator of the floor you were responsible for?
No, they kind of allow the staff to decide who's going to work the floor, who's going to work the tower. That was my assigned floor. So I didn't know Miss Young. So I said Miss Young could work the tower and I'll work the floors because I didn't want anything to happen between the inmates and Miss Young, being that we was one up, one down.
Okay. And so during your shift, did you take a break to leave the floor at any point in time?
I did. I did take a break after feeding, and I went to get something to eat. And when I came back to the floor, I couldn't get back on the floor.
Now, when you say couldn't get back on the floor, how are you normally able to regain access to the floor when you take a break?
So the tower officer controls all the doors on the floor, even the main door to the floor, which is the 903 door. So you have to exit out of the 903 door to get into the restrooms, get into the elevators, to go downstairs, to get into our kitchen area. So when you come back up the elevator and you're at the 903 door, tower has to open the 903 door.
And did you try to contact Miss Young in the tower?
I did. There's a button, an intercom for you to press at that door that will notify the tower. I pressed that button multiple times. The door never opened up, so I started calling on the radio.
Okay. And when you said call on the radio, were you trying to reach Miss Young?
Yes. So call on the radio is like 5 North 903 DOB King. So you would call out what door you're at and who's at the door.
Okay. And did you receive a response after calling through radio?
No.
Okay. And how many times did you attempt to contact her through radio?
I don't recall. It was multiple times.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do next?
Because I couldn't get her on the radio, I went over to the south side or the opposite side, because I can't really recall what side I was on, but I went over to the other side, and I pressed their intercom button to their tower. And when that person came over the intercom, I asked them to call over to my side with the landline since the radio wasn't working.
And did they get a response from Officer Young?
No.
Okay. So after having someone else call, you're trying to get back onto the floor. What did you do after that?
We called on the radio, we called on the landline, then I reached out for help with that officer. It was a sergeant on the other side. So she finally came out and we tried to get keys to open up the 903 door manually since we wasn't getting a response.
And so as you approached the tower door with the keys, were you able to gain access through use of the keys?
Well, no. So the set of keys is for that floor. So we was trying to see if there was a way around it with other keys. So we tried the 5 south keys, I believe. Then that didn't work. So we went upstairs to try 6 keys and that didn't work. And then we were headed downstairs to try 4 keys. And then that's when the door finally opened.
Okay. And so do you recall, so as the door opened, did you enter into the tower?
Yes. So we were in a stairwell. The elevators is to the main door, the 903 door. The 904 door is to the tower. So we were now in the stairs trying to get the 904, the tower door open. We were trying to get the main door open and the tower door open.
But you said, did the tower door open as you were on your way down?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. The tower door finally popped. It unlocked. You can hear it pop. So it finally unlocked and I kind of like ran back upstairs to catch it. Cause if you don't open it when it's unlocked, then it'll be locked again. So I heard it pop and I ran back upstairs and pulled it open and that's when it was finally open.
And when you pulled it open, were you able to see Miss Young?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, and you're still at this time accompanied by a sergeant.
Sergeant, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so after you regained access to the tower, what, if anything, happened next?
The sergeant told me and Miss Young to switch out, basically for me to take over the tower instead of working the floor.
And did that ultimately happen?
Yes.
Okay, so you switched out and Young went to the floor?
To the floor, yes.
Okay.
Well, technically, no. She told us to switch out. Sergeant went back to her side and Miss Young kind of stayed in the stairwell for a little minute, for a while. So the 901 and the 902 are the doors to the stairwell. So I kept popping 901, 902 for her to come out of the stairwell. And she never came out of the stairwell. So at that moment, I called the sergeant back over there to say, hey, she's still in the stairwell. She never came out of the stairwell.
Did you have any concerns as to her remaining in the stairwell?
Yeah, from the point of not being able to get in the tower and now she was in the stairwell. So I didn't know what was going on then. So that's why I called the sergeant back over.
Okay. And this incident occurred at 901 Wright Street?
Yes.
And is that in Fulton County?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
I do. Grand Rising, how you doing?
Good morning.
Have you ever seen me before during roll call or anywhere around the jailhouse?
I don't recall.
Don't recall. Okay. Did you by chance remember if I had my body camera on me that night working?
I don't recall.
Okay. You said you did not enter the watchtower, right? You didn't see me in the watchtower?
When we finally got into the tower? Yeah, you were there.
So you did see me inside the watchtower when you initially opened the door?
Yeah,
Okay. Did you open the door or did the sergeant open the door?
I did.
Okay. Have you ever, or did you smell any type of substances, perhaps weed or anything of that nature at all? Whether I was on the floor or whether I was in the tower?
No, I didn't.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No question, Your Honor.
This witness be excused.
You can, Your Honor. She may.
Ma'am. Unless anyone needs a break, by show of hands, state may call its next witness.
Attorney State calls Captain Grady.
Thank you, Ms. King. Grady. Yeah, just like that. Okay.
So everyone find testimony should give will be the truth, all the truth, and nothing but truth, so you got it. Yes, sir. Please have a seat. Next name is
My name is Robert Grady, ROBERT GRADY.
Good morning, Captain Grady. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Can you tell the jury where you're currently employed?
Clayton County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your position there?
I hold the rank of captain and the assistant jail administrator.
And how long have you held that position?
2 years.
And where did you work prior to the Clayton County Sheriff's Department?
Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
How long did you work for the Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
16 and a half years.
From what time period?
From 2009 to 2023.
And can you tell the jury what were the different roles that you held at the Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
While employed with the Sheriff's Office, I was a deputy sheriff, raising to the rank of lieutenant before early retirement.
And how long did you work as a detention officer?
I was never hired as a detention officer. I'd always been a deputy sheriff status.
Okay. How long were you a deputy sheriff?
I was a deputy certified about 4 years.
And your remaining time you worked as a lieutenant?
A sergeant for an
Sergeant.
extended period of time, and then lieutenant for about 5 years.
And what areas of the Sheriff's Department did you work in?
I worked in jail operations on the administrative and operations side. I worked in the Office of Internal Affairs. I worked court operations. I was a watch commander on the Warrant Services Division. I worked back at the jail. Worked.
And Captain Grady, if you could
Yes.
pull your microphone just a little bit closer. Maybe it's me.
Okay.
I'm not able to.
Okay, can you hear me
that
better now?
Yes. Thank
Okay.
you.
I worked jail investigations unit as commander, and my last post before I left was the background and recruitment commander for the sheriff's office.
And since you've held so many positions at the Sheriff's Department, I do want to talk to you about a few of those. First of all, can you tell the jury about your experience as a trainer with the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, I am certified as a field training officer. I hold certifications in management, crisis intervention, supervision, jail training officer, again, field training officer. So those are some of the posts I had, particularly with training first line supervisors and line officers.
And did you also train the detention officers at the jail?
Yes, detention officers and deputy sheriffs will be trained in the jail interchangeably. Then you will have deputy sheriffs that are trained in the courthouse and then warrant services, and I did that as well.
Okay. And can you also tell the jury about your experience working in the jail investigations unit?
That unit was like a hybrid unit, like a criminal investigation unit, a jail investigation unit. That unit was focused on dealing with corruption, contraband, gang activity, assaults, and different things that would occur in the jail. That was our primary focus in investigating those things and bringing in criminal investigation or administrative investigations about to deal with those measures correctively.
Okay. And so there's a unit inside of the jail that investigates contraband and crimes that are committed within the jail. Is
Yes.
that right? And you were at some point head of that unit.
I was.
Now, so we mentioned that part of the operations or the investigations unit in the Sheriff's Department. Are there any other avenues for, I guess, any crimes that are committed in the jail to be brought to someone's attention?
Yes. So any detention officer or deputy sheriff works in the jail. They have a responsibility to notify their supervisors, the lieutenant, captain, through up the chain. You can do so by email, generate a report, calling the, there was a helpline. I can't remember the name of it, but there was a number you could call that would report any wrongdoing, like a whistleblower line that was available to any employee.
And during your time as an investigator, when you worked in the jail investigations unit, about how many cases did you investigate?
We had a wide range of cases. We had everything, from PREA to just to give a number, I would probably say at least 50 minimum. And that's just going off my memory. But there were so many cases that we had ongoing. Even after I was transferred, the cases were still open.
And did those cases include persons bringing any type of contraband in the jail?
Yes.
And about what percentage of those cases that you dealt with in jail investigations dealt with contraband?
Majority of them dealt with contraband.
Now, turning your attention to May 3rd of 2021, were you employed at that time at the Fulton County Jail?
Yes, I was.
And in what position?
I think I was either a unit manager or assistant watch commander on the morning shift.
Okay. And tell the jury a bit about your duties in that position.
As a lieutenant on morning shift or a jail period at that time, the lieutenant serves as the unit manager that supports the captain in running the entire shift operations. Everything from the intake process, property dress out, inmate orientation, ensuring that the inmates are housed appropriately, managing the officers, ensuring that they're safe, head counts, feeding, medical procedures are done, and working as best as a harmonious and safe environment on your particular shift.
Okay. And which shift were you working on May 3rd of 2021?
That would have been the morning shift, which would be 11 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Now, before we go into further details about what you observed at the jail on that date, I do want to go over just some general things about the jail itself. Where's the location of the Fulton County Jail?
Fulton County Jail is located in Fulton County, city of Atlanta, Zone 1, 901 Rice Street.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury what the guard line of the jail is?
The guard line is an establishment by the sheriff who sets the standard in the area that he wants noted to anyone. Once you cross this established guard line, there are certain rules and regulations that are in place about contraband or anything that's not permissible to come inside of that guard line. It's usually noted by either fencing, signage throughout the jail compound.
Okay. And so at the Fulton County Jail, are there signs that indicate that there's a guard line?
Yes.
Okay. And what other signs put people on notice, not only, that they're at or crossing the guard line, but the prohibited items?
There's a large sign, I remember at the checkpoints, outside, exterior, new intake, sally port areas, entry points where visitors, guests, even arrestees will come in through the back door that establish what the guard line is and what's permissible or not.
And Your Honor, I'm going to show the defendant what I've marked as State's Exhibits 3 through 9. I'm familiar with those. Captain Grady, I'm going to hand you what I've marked as State's Exhibits 3 through 9. Just ask that you take a look at those photographs, and then I'll ask you some questions regarding them. Do you recognize State's Exhibits 3 through 9?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what are those documents?
These are pictures of the Fulton County Jail and the established guard line. Signage, a lot of signs that tell you that you are here at the jail, that you will be searched. It gives the Georgia law on the signs, very clear, large signs that are basically warning signs that if you go further, then you're subject to search.
Okay. And do State's Exhibit 3 through 9 fairly and accurately depict the photographs, fairly and accurately depict the signs that are located at the Fulton County Jail?
Yes.
Your Honor, State would move to admit State's Exhibits 3 through 9 into evidence and move to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Okay. Now, Captain Grady, can you explain what is depicted? And this would be in State's Exhibit.
This is the main entrance driveway to the Fulton County Jail. And what you see here is a sign that says stop with some disclaimers. And beneath it, it declares the sheriff's guard line, and it's followed up with the official code of Georgia annotated.
Okay. And I'm gonna show you again State's Exhibit 1. And is this a photograph of the front of the jail?
Yes,
Okay. And as you're looking at the front of the jail, can you see the guard line sign that you just referenced in
yes,
the distance?
yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm just gonna hold this up. I think we're having some technical difficulties to show to the jury. But so this is the front entrance of the jail?
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
And then in the distance, right here is the sign that lets you know as soon as you get on the property that this is the guard line of the Fulton County Jail?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in State's Exhibit 5, this would be the front of the jail?
Yes, that's the main entrance to the Fulton County Jail.
Okay. And again, on those documents, on this photograph, you see multiple signs on the front of the jail saying stop?
Yes,
Okay. State's Exhibit 6, that's also a closer view of the front of the jail
yes, ma'am.
with the signage.
Yes, ma'am.
And State's Exhibit 7, that's sort of a close-up of one of the signs posted on the jail. Can you read that to the jury?
It says stop. Everyone entering this facility is required to clear the metal detection security checkpoint. There are no exceptions. Everyone is subject to search of their person and property at any time. Staff who fail to comply with this directive are subject to dismissal. Anyone attempting to bring contraband into this facility will be arrested and prosecuted. If you are unsure if an item is considered contraband, you must declare the item prior to passing through the checkpoint by order of the sheriff.
Now, not only are there signs posted, but you mentioned that detention officers are trained on certain things as well. Is that correct?
Yes, all detention officers, deputy sheriffs that are employed with the sheriff's office go through a policy and procedure training and nomenclature introductory program that puts them in the workforce.
Okay. And during that training, are they also taught about, not bringing contraband to the jail, not bringing these prohibited items into the jail?
Absolutely.
And I want to ask you a few questions about the security checkpoint for the jail. How many security checkpoints are located within the jail?
The main entry point for the jail, which is on the previous picture, is one. Then the rear entrance, the employee entrance on the back side is another. And then there's a secondary checkpoint called the Old Sally Port. So there are 3 entrances, but primarily the main entrance and the employee checkpoint in the back.
Okay. So employees normally come in through the back of the jail? Or the rear entrance?
The rear entrance, yes.
Okay. And does the security checkpoint to come into that employee entrance of the jail, is it different from the security at the main entrance?
The physical layout, yes.
Okay. But in terms of the security procedures and how people are searched or checked prior to coming into the jail, are those procedures the same, the setup the same, or is it
Same
different?
procedure. There's an armed deputy sheriff that mans that checkpoint that checks personnel that comes in.
And so when someone who works at the jail comes through this rear entrance, they're also checked as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Do they have to go through a metal detector?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so if someone comes in with contraband, would there be a hand search of if they're an employee, would there automatically be a hand search of their bag, or would it just depend?
So the bag will go through a scanner, like an X-ray scanner that's pushed through, kind of like what you see at the airport. They're
Okay.
kind of pushed through on a conveyor belt.
And the metal detector, similar to the ones at the airport, they would mainly check for knives, guns, weapons, metal things?
Yes.
Okay. At the time that you were working at the Fulton County Jail, or at the time this incident happened, was there a clear bag policy?
Yes.
Now, are you familiar with the defendant, Jadon Young?
Yes.
And do you see her here in the courtroom?
Yes, she's sitting to my left with a gray scarf and black sweater.
You're going to let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
And Captain Grady, how did you first become familiar with the defendant,
As far as this incident or just in general?
this incident?
I was, from my recollection, received a phone call from Sergeant Williams indicating that she had an employee that may have been intoxicated or extremely ill on the floor. After receiving that phone call, I was told to go get the employee and bring her down to the watch commander's office.
On the state, what was defendant Young's position at the sheriff's department?
She was a detention officer.
And on that particular date, where was she assigned?
Fourth or fifth floor, I believe. I'm not sure the exact location.
Okay. But you received some communication from Sergeant Williams, and then you went to that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was the purpose of you going over there?
Well, initially to check on the general welfare of an employee.
And what happened when you arrived?
I walked into the office. Well, first, before I walked in, I activated my body camera. When I activated the body camera, I walked in. I called her name, Officer Young, Officer Young, Officer Young. She seemed to be incoherent, non-responsive. Each time I kind of elevated my tone to gain her attention, till I eventually kind of walked up to her to kind of nudge her to get her to be somewhat more responsive. During that encounter, she just appeared in some sort of deep haze, just not herself. So we gathered her to walk from the sergeant's office into the day room, and then to the hallway, and then down to got on the elevator to go to the watch commander's office. While she was walking in front of me, she could not maintain her steady gait or walk. She was kind of wobbling. For lack of better purposes, she appeared to be like a drunk and couldn't stand steady to maneuver herself. And then we eventually got to the watch commander's office.
Okay. And what happened when you got to the watch commander's office?
Just kind of asked some baseline questions. What's going on? How are you doing? Do you need help? Just baseline to see what's going on. I remember at one point she said she had taken Benadryl, so she may have just been drowsy. Later determined or smelt marijuana. I was on the body camera. I declared who I was, made statement about the guard line, eventually had to do a search of her property, what was in a black bag, and suspected pills and paper wrapper, tobacco, marijuana, stuff like that was discovered in her bag.
And just to go back for a moment, you mentioned that when you walked into the office that you activated your body camera. Why did you do that?
Well, for a couple of reasons. As a commander, I wanted to make sure for the employee benefit that any discussion of something that could be personnel related, man, there was a recording, a record. I think that was exigent circumstance to document her behavior. Should we go an administrative route that she could have been intoxicated, that we had factual evidence for personnel violations. In this instance, it ended up turning to be a criminal matter. So the personnel violations kind of to the side, and we dealt with the criminal side because of the contraband that was discovered. So that would have been protocol to record that type of occurrence.
Okay. And you also mentioned that when you asked the defendant, had she taken anything, she mentioned that she took Benadryl. Is that
Yes,
right?
may have taken Benadryl.
May have taken Benadryl. In your experience and years of law enforcement, did it appear to you that the defendant was under the influence of Benadryl, common Benadryl?
No.
Who was present with you in the watch commander's office?
Uh, Sergeant Williams, myself, Captain Winfrey. I remember seeing a Lieutenant Kennedy was there. That may have been about it.
Okay. Now, at some point, was EMS called for the defendant?
I don't recall, but I'm pretty sure we would have sent EMS or had a medical provider would have been notified because of the condition of being Officer Young.
When the defendant was in the watch commander's office, where was her bag located?
Was her bag located in the watch commander or the bag in where we found it on the housing unit floor we got it from?
I'm sorry, where, when the defendant was in the watch commander office, where did you smell the marijuana? Or at what point?
We sat it on the table. It was coming from that bag.
Okay. And at that point, did you proceed to search her bag?
Yes.
And was your body camera on when you did that?
Yes, for the entire encounter.
Your Honor, state would move at this time, well, Captain Grady, did you review your body cam footage prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Has that footage been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, state would move to admit states exhibits 10 and 11 into evidence and publish to the jury.
Any objection to 10 and 11?
No objection.
It's admitted.
Mhm.
I'm still here. This is fun.
He's still here, I'm saying, like, you know what I'm saying? Yes. No, like. Sorry, good evening, Lieutenant Grady.
Don't say that's interesting. That's it. Ms. Young? Ms. Young? Officer Young? Officer Young? Officer Young? Ma'am? Officer Young?
Officer Young. Officer Young, are you okay? Officer Young, wake up. Are you okay? Officer Young, you okay? Okay. I need you to walk with me to the watch for medical officer, okay? All right, come on.
Thank you. I got up early. I know this is long, so I wanted to start early. It really is fun.
Do you need medical attention? Have you taken something that's affecting your performance at work? Are you on any illegal substances? All right, well, let's go to the office, okay? This your bag? I have.
We have the sneaking
It's all
suspicion
right.
you're on illegal substances.
We have to follow you, man.
Just a hunch.
$903.
Andrew, you're going to have to do a full conjugal visit tour of the United States. I mean, set like 6 months aside. It's going to take a while, my man. At least you'll know where to find them. Andrew is a national treasure over in the UK, and you know it. It's Andrew and then Ed Sheeran.
Come on, dog.
I see what you did there, Zach. That's why he crawls out of bed at the crack of noon. Has a spot of tea and then fires up the pipe.
Good morning, Eric. Good morning.
It's going this way. There you go. Ms. Young, Ms. Young, stand with them. Let's see. Kennedy. Yeah. Come here for a minute. Scan receipt from the email, that email address of Papa. And you can type it in. The workers comp is go to and then please get it Papa. And yes, so make sure you go ahead and scan it, it's on the way, yeah, they don't start. Yeah, I want you to be in the copy. Yes, it is. Ms. Young, Ms. Young, Civil Watch Commander, please. Do you want to come?
And Captain Grady, before we show the next video, what area of the jail were you all located in the first part of your body cam footage?
The very first.
The video, well, yes, where you started off and where you ended up.
So that would have been the inmate corridor hallway. You go into through the 903 door, which is the main entry port for a housing unit. And then we turn right onto the horseshoe, and then we make another right turn. And that's what they call the recreation room. And then it leads into the sergeant's office.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
This is Lieutenant Grady, Fulton County Sheriff's Office. I was concerned while we were meeting with Detention Officer Jay Young in the captain's office. I smell what's assumed to be marijuana coming from this bag. I must state for the record that Detention Officer Young has crossed the guard line of the Fulton County Sheriff, which gives me the right to search her property. She has the contents of a Cracker Jack bag. She has a hers bag. And as I'm looking,
This is just
I see
getting
this
better and better.
ball, and it smells to be very strong eminent of marijuana.
I mean, literally,
And I
Cracker
see in
Jack.
this pouch some pills of suspected MDMA. They're colorful pills that are here. There are various items that are in the bag. I'm going to open the contents of this bag, this black ball that was found in the bag of Jadon Young. Here's a credit card. Right now, she was brought down to the captain's office because we saw that she appeared to be on some type of intoxicant. So I'm going to cut into, you'll hold this for me. I'm going to force this. I'm going to cut into this black pouch here, which does have the heavy latent smell of marijuana and tobacco. Marijuana. Try to get this open here. I'm currently located within the Fulton County Jail in the Watch Commander's office. Currently holding the camera for me is Sergeant Hudson. As I'm unwrapping this ball, I'm unwrapping what appears to be marijuana. That's a green leafy substance based upon my knowledge, experience, and training. White wrapping papers.
What?
I also
I believe
there's
that
some
might
other
be
items
drugs.
in what they captured. So this is what we have here. It's a pouch of what looks to be like tobacco, a moistened tobacco substance. At this time, I'm going to hold this here. I'm going to get a property and evidence container, and I also have these pills as well. We're going to put this in evidence. Let me get a property and evidence back so we get the property evidence. Stand by.
This girl here. Give me a camera, give my phone so I can take a picture.
Can you take it off? You get mine?
Yeah, I can.
Send it to, hold them.
Huh?
This small pouch was also contained in the purse of Officer Don Young. We have, based on my experience in training, this appears to be white bars, which is indicative of shapes of Xanax tablets. These unknown gummies and pills of unknown origin or substance. We're going to place these items inside of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office property and evidence badge to be contained and turned over to the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. Property and evidence badge. I'm gonna put.
They count on when they be here.
So we're gonna put it in the same keeping until, we're not gonna seal it. The same keeping. That's just the same, so put that in there. Yeah. Again, so you have this. Again.
Obviously. When they figure that out, we need to, I don't know what this. Just ask the secret, I don't know, none about that. Possible, that's okay. It's about this.
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna turn this item into the graduation. You know, let's see them. Yeah, it was all in that bag, that's why I took it out.
Captain Grady, as shown in the video, you did a search of the defendant's bag, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was a clear bag with sort of some pink handles.
Yes, ma'am.
And once you took those, collected those items as a part of evidence, what did you do next? How did you store them or?
Placed them in the evidence bags for safekeeping, and then we notified our property evidence to come.
Okay. And did you also do a log of the items that were found during the search of the defendant's bag?
Yes, we would have done an inventory sheet. That's part of the incident report.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm showing the defendant what has been marked as State's Exhibits 10 through 18.
I think we already admitted 10 and 11, so we need to renumber.
Apologies, Your Honor. So this would be State's Exhibits 12 through 20 that I'm showing the defendant.
Yeah, Fleischer would just say she's working while black.
Thank you. First, Captain Grady, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 12. Do you recognize it?
Yes, it's a private property and evidence document.
And is that the evidence document that you generated for this particular case?
Yes, ma'am. My name is on it.
Is the defendant's name on it as well? Or the case number?
The case number, yes, ma'am.
And is that an inventory of the items that you took out of her bag on May 4th of 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
You're in the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 12 into evidence.
Could we do these collectively? You
Okay.
can just have them identify them and then we'll go from there.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 13. Do you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is State's Exhibit 13?
A brown leafy substance in a bag with tape. It has my name on it.
And is that the item that you collected from the defendant's bag on May 4th, 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
And how were you able to identify it as such?
I completed it. It has recovered by Lieutenant R. Grady as a description of what is in the bag. In chain of custody, I submitted it from myself to the property evidence personnel, which was Miss Kennedy.
Is the defendant's name also on that?
Yes, under suspect Jadon Young.
Okay. I'm going to show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 14. Do you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
Say suspected green leafy substance with a clear small bag. Has my name on it from me to Miss Kennedy, the suspect Jadon Young.
I'll also show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 15.
Yes, ma'am. It's from me. Has 56 white pills, plastic bag. The suspect Jadon Young. From me to Miss Kennedy.
Let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 16.
It's three large white pills from me to Miss Kennedy, suspect Jadon Young.
State's Exhibit 17.
40 multicolored pills tablets from me to Miss Kennedy, suspect Jadon Young.
State's Exhibit 18.
2 red gummies from me to Miss Kennedy, suspect Jadon Young.
State's Exhibit 19.
2 orange gummies from me to Miss Kennedy, suspect Jadon Young.
State's Exhibit 20.
Some white pills from me to Miss Kennedy, suspect Jadon Young.
And there's another State's Exhibit 21.
2 yellow pills in a plastic bag from me to Miss Kennedy, suspect Jadon Young.
State would move to admit State's Exhibits 12 and 12 through 21 into evidence.
Any objections to 12 through 21?
No objection.
They're admitted.
And Captain Grady, just to go through some of these, particularly State's Exhibit 21, there appears to be a number of pills and white pills inside of that piece of evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you also noted that there was also an exhibit, I think would be State's Exhibit 17, where you collected 40 multicolored pills and tablets from the defendant
Yes.
on the state.
Yes, ma'am.
I would also point out State's Exhibit 15, you indicated that you collected 56 white pills from the defendant
Yes, ma'am.
on the state. And Captain Grady, in your training and experience, do those amounts of pills and items that you collected from the defendant appear to be an amount for personal use?
No, that exceeds personal usage.
Okay. And you also indicated that there were some white rolling papers that you also found?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, earlier when we talked about your role in the jail investigations unit, you mentioned there are several ways for employees to report some type of misconduct within the jail. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And had you received any or are aware of any complaints made by the defendant, Jadon Young, as it relates to this incident at the Fulton County Jail?
No, ma'am.
So to your knowledge, there were no complaints filed about any undue influence placed upon her at the Fulton County Jail?
No, ma'am.
And Captain Grady, are you familiar with the oath taken by detention officers at the Fulton County Jail?
Yes, all deputy sheriffs and all detention officers take an oath of office.
And does that oath of office, in addition to swearing not to commit any criminal offenses, does it also include a provision about reporting any wrongdoing?
I'm not familiar with, but I'm sure it is.
Okay.
Or something to that effect.
One moment, Your Honor. Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
How are you doing this morning?
I'm finding yourself.
I'm doing well. You worked with the unit. Can you describe the unit that you say you worked with at the Fulton County Jailhouse?
JIU, Jail Investigation Unit.
What was their purpose again?
Investigate corruption,
Like
Okay.
officer wrongdoing, inmate abuse, gang issues.
Okay. Are you usually there when contraband is found, particularly? Or do they call you particularly if that happens?
It varies. When I was in command of that unit, my hours were non-traditional.
Okay. Does the weed smell usually tend to be potent over time? Does it lose its smell?
It depends on the potency of marijuana.
Okay. Have you ever observed me during roll call being under the demeanor that you saw me on body camera footage?
Not that particular day, no.
Okay. And on any day, have I ever been in that demeanor that you saw me on body camera footage?
No, but you were that day.
Okay. I was in that demeanor during roll call, staggering and not able to hold myself up?
I don't remember that particular roll call session. I don't. After 16 years, I've attended thousands of roll calls, so I don't remember that particular one.
Okay. Have you ever been suspicious of me smelling like weed or bringing anything under the jail or inside of the jail?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. If I may ask, why did you retire?
Why did I retire?
Mhm.
I was asked to join the command staff of my current agency to assist that current sheriff in running his jail operations.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
Have you ever had to deal with any type of issue relating to this nature with any other female detention officers by chance, male or female, but particularly female?
We've had issues of contraband dealing with staff before.
Would you be able to tell me, like give me a number of how many? Could you count it on your hands or is it too many?
There have been quite a few cases with contraband with staff at the Fulton County Jail.
Okay. Do you have any personal relationships with anyone, whether it be intimate or friendship at the Fulton County Jailhouse outside of the jailhouse?
Yeah. Well,
Not
not
relevant.
relevant.
Yeah, under relevance, Ms. Young, do you have any reason why you think this is relevant? And if not, I'll sustain the objection.
I'll take the question away. When I was first hired and we were going through orientation, were you present with all the other sergeants and captains when we were doing our walkthrough of the jail, the tour?
I'm pretty sure I would have shown my face to new staff. That would be
Okay.
normal. Introduce who you all will be working with.
Have you ever heard any ranking officer or inmate call me out for the way that I walk?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. Does the Fulton County Jail offer services as far as therapy or counseling of any sort?
Yes.
What, do you know the name of it or
Yes.
where I would be able to go to get that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that one of your captains threw me a baby shower at the Fulton County Jailhouse?
Yes, Your Honor, it's the relevance.
Agreed. Ms. Young, unless you want to proffer where you think this is going, I don't see the relevance, so I
It's
sustain that.
going towards the point that I'm trying to make.
All right. Yeah, let's do that.
It goes to the point I'm trying to make. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. What point are you trying to make? Oh my God. Oh my God. That is hard to take. Meanwhile, she's over on Rice Street. She isn't the first soft sit to try. She might have observed by now that since there's a bunch of them in there, this crap doesn't work.
Number one, you know what I'm saying? Number one, you know what I'm saying? We all alone talk with my crew. Number one, know what I'm saying?
All right, the objection is sustained. Ms. Young, you can ask your next question.
There are Fulton County metal detectors at the front of the Fulton County jailhouse, right?
Yes.
Would they be able to pick up anything as far as contraband, the contraband that was assumed to be found on me, on the personnel?
Non-metal.
So anything metal would be found, but no contraband would be found.
She leans
Correct.
into it later.
Metal objects would detect.
Okay. You said that you got a call from a Sergeant Williams stating that you had a DO that was extremely ill or intoxicated on the floor. At any time, did you call EMT services or was EMT services provided to me?
I believe so. I didn't make the call. I don't know if I made the call directly, but I believe medical services were provided for you.
Okay. You initially smelled weed on my bag before or after you conducted your search? Was it when I was in the office on your body camera footage? Did you smell it then? Did you smell it during roll call? When did you first start smelling the weed on me or in my bag?
If I may clarify, as a law enforcement administrator, we don't necessarily use the word weed. We call it marijuana, suspected marijuana. I smell suspected marijuana on you when you arrived to the watch commander's office. And that's when I was on the body camera giving my suspicion and declaration as to whom I was and why I was conducting the search, for the record and on body camera, when I smelled the suspected marijuana on you and on your belongings.
Okay. And you also noted that you yourself noticed I wasn't myself, and that is correct, right?
You appeared to be intoxicated or something was going on with you that was not your normal self.
Okay. You also stated that I may have taken Benadryl. If you, as you stated, if you didn't think that I was having side effects of Benadryl, why wasn't further medical attention sought before the search was conducted? I was made to walk from the office upstairs all the way to the captain's office, staggering. There's clearly no one helping me. There was a video of Captain Sergeant Williams holding my arm at one point, but there was no one escorting me, helping me. And if I was in a real dire situation and that was how it was handled.
All right, sustained. We need to break that up into questions.
Gotcha. If you didn't think I was having side effects from Benadryl, why didn't you did you seek further medical attention for me?
Well, I know that the question of Benadryl was brought up by you, but in my line of work and my years of experience, you appear to be more so under a drug-induced or intoxicated of alcohol, yet you were able to walk to the watch commander's office. Had you stumbled or fallen or something, I would have taken more direct action in having medical personnel to meet with us at that particular location.
So with how I was, how my demeanor was, you didn't think I needed medical attention, being that I could just walk the way that I was walking?
Medical attention.
Answered.
Noted. Overruled at this time. You can answer the question if you recall it.
I think you had enough strength to walk, and then we later called for medical service and attention for you.
Why wasn't that medical service recorded on anyone's body camera?
Plus the way you were walking.
I'm not sure about why it wasn't recorded. I can't answer that.
So throughout this whole duration, the only time that was recorded was when the assumed narcotics was found on me, or assumed contraband was found, and not during when EMT was called?
I wasn't present for that, so I would not be able to answer that if I wasn't present for it.
Okay. Are you aware that my bag was left out of my sight more than 2 times throughout my shift from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m.?
Actually, Your Honor, these facts not in evidence.
He can either answer the question or he cannot if he knows it. So overruled.
So I will answer the question. At my rank as a lieutenant, I'm not responsible. Do I oversee a person's property or their purses or their wallets? It's reasonable for me to assume that my personal belongings would be with me and in my sight of view at all times.
Okay. But you are aware or you are not aware?
I am not aware that your property was not in your presence.
Okay. Is it mandatory for every detention officer to have a radio and a body camera on their shifts?
That would have been policy of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office Jail Division.
Okay. Did you notice if I had a body camera on my radio?
I didn't recall, but I do know at the time radios were issued. So you would have to go check one out and body camera will be checked out and issued to you at roll call.
Okay. Would there be a record of a sign-in sheet perhaps? If you can recollect I'm sorry, let me rephrase the question. Would there be record of how many times someone was given equipment or not given equipment via a sign-up sheet that you all had at the radio room?
I'll answer the question. As a deputy sheriff, all deputy sheriffs are assigned their equipment as take-home equipment. For detention officers will go to the radio room, check out a radio by issuing a chit or their agency ID, and it should have been a roster who signed one, and then that would be the same for the body camera as well.
Okay. Were the food and drink items they were thrown away? If you can recall, were they thrown away or were they ever tested for any narcotics?
I'm not sure.
Okay. In the bag, the clear bag, were there any notebooks or papers blocking view of the bag that could easily block pill bottles perhaps or anything small? Could you have clear vision of the bag, what was inside of the bag?
No, you had other items in the bag, and then the items that were discovered were in smaller bags within the clear bag.
Correct. Were the were the pills counted on body camera or was there a picture taken of them, of the quantity, or was this just counted under your body camera footage?
I'm sure it would have been on the body camera footage and counted before property evidence would have collected the items for accuracy.
Okay. Because I did not see it on the body camera footage, is why I asked you. Because I can't tell the quantity of the evidence inside of the bag. It just looks like a big rock at this point. No further questions.
Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor, Captain Grady, in your search of the defendant's bag, did you find any prescription pill bottles?
I don't recall any.
Okay. Did you find any container marked with Benadryl or anything that appeared to be Benadryl in her bag?
No, just the drugs that we discovered.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Any recross on those points only?
Yes.
All right.
At any time, did you get a clear and concise answer from me stating that I was under the influence of Benadryl? A clear, concise answer, not a mumble or.
I don't recall exactly how you utter it. It's been 4.5 years now.
Right. Did you watch the same body camera footage that I watched just now? Your body camera footage?
Yes.
Did you hear me say that I was clearly and concisely? Did you hear me say that I took a Benadryl?
Something to that effect.
Okay. No further questions.
All right. Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Well,
All right. Unless anyone needs a break, we'll charge forward. All right. We're going to take at least 5. Y'all just let us know when everyone's ready to proceed.
It might not pick you up.
I didn't.
You don't get what. Why?
All right.
Until the jury comes back in. All
I need to say this
Ready?
is all Alyssa's fault.
right, we're
And
back on the record. Jury's announced they're
she's
ready.
helping me
so
find gaps
they are.
that we need to skip. So cheers to Alyssa.
Okay.
All here is present, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, members of the jury, please have a seat, everyone. Just an update on timing. I've been informed the state has about 2 more witnesses left to present. And so I would propose we're going to move probably past noon into that lunch hour and into the 12 o'clock range, finish their case in chief, and then we'll break for lunch. Just an FYI, I'd say maybe around 12:30. With that, state may call its next witness.
And the state calls Captain Yolanda Winfrey to the stand.
Very good. So what kind of testimony she gave you? All of the
And then?
Instead of her.
First name is Yolanda, Yolanda. Last name is Winfrey, Winfrey.
Morning, Captain Winfrey.
Good morning.
Your Honor, prior to beginning Captain Winfrey's testimony, I have already shown the defendant what the state is marked as next exhibit 22, a certified business record from Caduceus Medical Center. We would move to admit state exhibit 22 into evidence.
Any objection to 22?
No, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Captain Winfrey, where are you employed?
Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your position?
I'm a captain over the South Annex facility.
And what are some of the duties of your position?
To oversee the daily duties of the South Fulton County facility. I oversee 156 inmates, 30-some officers on a daily basis.
Okay. And that would just be at the south location of the Fulton County Jail, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And where's the main location of the jail?
The main jail,
Yes.
901 Rice Street.
And at some point, were you assigned to the main location at 901 Rice Street?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell us a bit about your experience in law enforcement. When did you first become an officer?
I've been employed with Fulton County Sheriff's Office for over 20 years. I started in 2004. I've held several positions. I've did several areas of law enforcement to include court services, building security, central control, all areas of the jail.
Okay. And turning your attention to May 4th of 2021, what capacity, what job did you hold at the Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
I was the watch commander for the 11 to 7
The 11 to 7 shift?
shift. Yes, ma'am.
And were you located at the main jail at 901 Rice Street?
Yes, ma'am.
On that date, did you have the occasion to come in contact with the defendant, Jadon Young?
Yes, ma'am.
What was her position at the time at the jail?
She was a detention officer.
And where was she normally assigned?
She was normally assigned to 6, but because we didn't have an officer for the 5th floor, we assigned her to the 5th floor that day.
Okay. And how did Defendant Young come to your attention that day?
One of my officers, which is Sergeant Williams, informed me that Miss Young was upstairs on the 5th floor and she wasn't answering her radio or the telephone. And she informed me that she may be upstairs asleep.
Okay. And what did you do in response to that?
I told my lieutenants to go upstairs to the 5th floor and escort her down to my office.
And did they in fact escort her down to your office?
Yes, ma'am.
When you saw Defendant Young, what was her demeanor? How did she appear?
She was disoriented. She was leaning over. When she came into my office, she flopped down in the seat. She was slumped over. She was going in and out. She was slurring her words.
And what, if any, concerns did you have at this point?
I was trying to figure out what was going on. Why was she slurring her words? Was she sick? Did she take anything to that?
Okay, and did you question her regarding whether or not she took something?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what was her response?
She gave me several different stories, but she did say she took Benadryl.
And what did you do after she told you that?
I asked her, where was the bottle to the Benadryl? You sure you took Benadryl? Because Benadryl doesn't really make you act like you're acting. And she kept saying she took the Benadryl, and she took the Benadryl because she was on her menstrual, but you don't take Benadryl for menstrual cramps.
Okay. And so did that raise some alarms to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did you do next?
I continued to ask her what was going on. I asked her to let me see the bottle for which she claimed the Benadryl was in. And she went through her purse, and then I asked her, could I see her purse? I went in her purse, and then when I went into her purse, I found baggies of all kinds of pills and gummies and all sorts of things. But I never found the Benadryl.
And who was with you when you were in the office with Defendant Young?
Sergeant Williams.
And what happened after that?
After that, I walked out. I told them to watch her. I walked out and I called my supervisor to inform him what was going on. I also called the people over our internal affairs office and let them know what was going on. And I also, because I was concerned about the way she was acting, I also called the medical staff that we have upstairs to come down and try to examine her to see what was going on.
Okay, and did someone come and examine the defendant?
The physician that was in medical.
Okay. And were you present when that physician came to look at the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was their opinion regarding her condition?
They couldn't say what she was on, but that wasn't Benadryl. The way a person would act if they was on Benadryl, it was something else, something more serious.
Okay. And what did you do next?
I went out and informed my supervisor again of what was going on and told them that I was going to call for EMS.
Okay. And did you in fact call for EMS?
I did.
And what happened?
After we found everything, I escorted her upstairs to where EMS was. EMS examined her in the cafeteria that we have. And they asked her, did she want to be transported to Grady Hospital? And she refused.
Okay. And what steps, and were you present when that conversation occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
What steps did you take after that?
After that, I called my supervisor, informed him of what was going on. At the time I was talking to my supervisor, the commander that's over internal affairs called me. I informed her what's going on, and she told me to transport her to Caduceus.
Okay. And what is Caduceus?
Caduceus is like a urgent care or a facility that does urgent care procedures and also drug and alcohol analysis.
And who escorted the defendant to Caduceus?
Myself and Officer Sands.
Okay. And when she arrived there, so what was the purpose of taking her there?
Internal affairs informed me that they wanted to do a drug and alcohol test on her.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was that performed on her at Caduceus?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna show you what has already been admitted into evidence. It's State's Exhibit 22. The records from Caduceus on this date. And do you see the results for the defendant's screening for drugs?
I guess this is it right here. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were there any positive results on the defendant's drug screening?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was it for?
This one says marijuana, metabolites.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
During your time at the Fulton County Jail, did you have any direct supervision of the defendant?
She was assigned to my shift.
Because they don't have jurisdiction, Sandra. I mean,
Your Honor,
come
may
on.
we publish State's Exhibit 22 for the jury?
You may.
And this is the document that I just showed you as part of State's Exhibit 22.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you could scroll down. And these are the urine results for the defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned that it was positive for marijuana metabolites.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Captain Winfrey, you mentioned that you did have some direct supervision over the defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can you explain that a little bit more?
Well, she was assigned to my shift, and I would see them in the when the shift starts for roll call, and then they will be assigned to different areas. And when I did my administrative rounds, I would be in touch with all my officers.
Do you recall if there was anything unusual with the defendant when she came for roll call that day?
I can't recall.
When a detention officer is assigned to a tower at Fulton County Jail, it's my understanding there's also a restroom inside of that tower.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that typically where the detention officer also keeps their personal belongings?
Or beside them in the tower.
Okay. You mentioned that the defendant was, I guess, assigned to your shift. Did you have any other interactions with her at work, such as parties, baby showers, things of that nature?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Hey, how you doing? Just stating on the record, I do have the wrong person. This is not the person that was, wrong name. You said, you asked me multiple times what I took, and I told you Benadryl. Was that a clear and concise answer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I told you that I had a Benadryl bottle in my bag.
You told me you took Benadryl, and I asked you, could I see the bottle?
Okay. Why did you continue asking me, besides regarding my safety, while I was incoherent, and especially while getting different answers? Why did you continue to ask me the same question?
Because I need to know what was going on so I can call EMS. I didn't know whether you were going to pass out on me or anything. You could have went unconscious or anything. I need to know what you had taken.
Okay. Is the EMT call on body camera at all?
It wasn't on mine. I don't know. We have cameras throughout the jail, and we have cameras in the cafeteria. I'm pretty sure it's on there.
So while dealing with me in that state of mind, You didn't have your body camera? You didn't think it was a good idea to have your body camera on?
I didn't have my body camera on, but my officers had their body cameras on. I don't have to wear my body camera.
Were your officers present while EMT was in the cafeteria?
Other officer was present. I can't remember what her name was.
Is that officer here present today?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Is it mandatory to have body cameras and radios on your shift,
It
regardless
is
of
not-
your rank?
Not for the captains, no ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So you didn't have a radio or anything?
I had a radio on, yes.
Just the
of
radio.
course. Mhm.
Okay. Is there, or would you have any knowledge of any body footage, perhaps of the ride, the visit, and the departure to Caduceus from any of your officers?
No, I wouldn't have.
You
Mm-mm.
wouldn't know?
But I'm pretty sure Conduce's had a camera somewhere that saw us come in.
Okay. You saw the same report that I just saw that tested positive for marijuana, correct?
Ma'am,
Okay. Was there anything else positive from the list that could have been in the evidence that was being stated?
not that I know of. I only seen one positive thing, and it said marijuana.
Okay. Would you know how much, perhaps 15, I'm not sure with the measurements, 15 mg/milliliters? You know how much that would be for THC levels? Okay. Are you normally around people who smoke marijuana or have ingested marijuana? Have you ever been in that type of crowd, whether it be at work, school, anywhere?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My demeanor, would you compare my demeanor with someone who smoked marijuana like that before? Or would that be different? Would that be a different outcome or different demeanor from your experience?
Your demeanor was abnormal, so it could be from you smoking marijuana, could be from you taking other pills. I don't know. I'm not a
Okay.
doctor. I can't really tell you that.
Right. From your personal experience, though, have you ever seen anyone that
Maybe you just
smoked
baseline
weed
stupid.
act in the demeanor that you saw me acting in?
Yes, I'm like that every day in the jail.
The inmates.
Yeah.
So the inmates smoke marijuana every day?
Hey, I don't know what they smoking, but
So if
they act that way.
So they act that way, but you don't know for sure if they smoke marijuana every day
Don't
to
know.
get the answer that I'm
I
seeking.
can't tell you what they were smoking, but
Okay.
it was an abnormal behavior.
Okay. So it wouldn't look like I was under the influence of anything else but marijuana, or was I under the influence of marijuana from your experience?
Reject, after the answer.
Let's split up the question first and we
Okay.
can hear one more time, just to clarify.
Have you ever come into view of anybody smoking marijuana before or ingesting marijuana?
I think we have covered that.
Okay.
So let's go to the next question.
From my demeanor that night, would you compare my demeanor to someone who's smoked marijuana in your presence before?
The way you were acting as lazy, yeah.
Okay. No further questions.
Can you redirect?
No redirect, John.
All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, John.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Statement calls next witness.
You know, at this time, the state will call Morgan Brennan.
Sorry. Sorry. State your name and spell it correct.
Morgan Brennan, MORGAN BRENNAN.
Good afternoon, Ms. Brennan.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Brennan, what is your current occupation?
I'm a forensic chemist.
And who is your employer?
The Georgia Bureau of Investigation, or the GBI.
And how long have you been employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigations?
About 5.5 years.
And in that during that employment there, what are some of your duties and responsibilities there?
I analyze suspected drug evidence for the presence or absence of controlled substances, and I generate reports based on those findings. And then I peer review colleagues' reports as well, and I maintain the instrumentation for the chemistry section.
And could you explain to us your education and training that would qualify you as a forensic chemist?
I have a dual bachelor's degree in forensic chemistry and general chemistry, and I completed the drug identification training program at the GBI.
And so have you had an occasion to chemically analyze substances to determine whether or not those substances contain are narcotics or narcotic types in nature?
Yes,
About how many times?
over 4,000.
Except 4,000?
Yes.
And how many drug identification analysis do you perform in a given week?
Currently 20 to 30 on average.
Now, do you perform those drug identification analysis as a regular part of your duties and responsibilities with
Yes.
the GBI?
Yes.
Okay. And I do have you written any articles or taken part of any seminars as your role as a forensic chemist?
I have not presented in any, no.
Okay. And are you a member of any societies or organizations that deal with forensic chemistry?
No.
Okay. Have you qualified to perform comprehensive drug identification testing?
Yes.
Okay. And have you performed tests on evidence received in order to determine the drug identification of that particular substance?
Yes.
And about how many times have you done that?
Over 4,000.
And have you previously testified in court as a forensic chemist?
I have.
And about how many times have you done that?
About 8 times.
And what state did you testify as a forensic chemist?
Georgia.
Gotcha. Okay. And have you previously been qualified as an expert in the field of forensic chemistry?
I have.
And about how many times has that occurred?
8.
Okay. Now, does your work with the GBI follow a peer review process?
It does.
Could you explain that process to us, please?
When a colleague completes a report or myself, that report undergoes a peer review process where another trained scientist will look at the data and come to the same conclusion if everything's accurate.
Yeah, at this time, the state would tender Morgan Brennan as an expert witness in the field of forensic chemistry.
Any objection from the defense?
No objection.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, is there a particular process in which the GBI receives evidence for testing?
Yes.
Could you explain that process?
We have 3 different types of procedures that can happen. The evidence can be received through a window situation where the submitting agency will bring the evidence directly to the counter where GBI evidence receiving technician will receive that evidence, or the evidence can be received through the mail, or in this case, the evidence can be received through a secure lockbox system where the submitting agency will submit the evidence on one side of the locker, and once that door is closed, it cannot be opened again. And on the other side of the locker, a GBI evidence receiving technician will receive the evidence. And at that time, with all of those processes, the evidence is logged into our laboratory information management system and photographed and described.
So when the GBI receives any type of evidence for testing, does that request also come with the type of test requested for GBI to perform with that evidence?
Yes.
And where would that be located on the form that you receive?
There's a filled out section of the type of evidence, and it will be the requested analyst or analysis, sorry.
Okay. So on about May 5th of 2021, did the GBI receive any evidence for testing from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
It did.
Okay. And when that evidence was received, did you at any time conduct an analysis to identify whether or not that substance was in fact a narcotic in nature?
I did.
Okay. You recall what time in which you began to get the evidence and conduct your testing?
Around November of 2021.
You know, let the record reflect the state is showing defense what has been pre-marked the state's proposed exhibits 23, 24, and 25.
Sorry.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Brandon, what I'm showing you, what has been pre-marked as state's proposed exhibits 23, 24, and 25. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what are they?
My lab reports for this case?
Now, are these lab reports a fair and true representation of the lab tests and the results in the report you created and completed regarding these 3 testing?
Yes.
Have they been altered or changed in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move to enter into evidence states exhibits 23, 24, and 25.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish?
You may.
So, Ms. Brandon, could you explain to the jury what we're seeing here? I have some, go. There we go. So regarding this particular testing, could you explain, just the first portion that starts with requested services as well as the case information?
Yes, for the requested services, that information I get directly from the evidence packaging itself, as well as the submission form that the agency will submit with all the evidence. And then under the evidence tab is the date and the agency of where the evidence was received from at the lab. And then all the 1 through 8 of the items received for this case.
So this section that listed as evidence was the test that is reflected in this report for all of the items listed under evidence or for a particular line item?
All of these items were requested for testing.
And was testing conducted on all these items?
Visual examination was conducted on all of them, and then I only performed examinations on items 1, 2, 3, and 8.
Now, can you explain their process in testing items for drug identification purposes? What is the process that you will go through in order to conduct your examination?
So first I'll do a visual examination after I've compared all of the information on the evidence packaging with the submission form. And then I will determine the substance that appears to be the highest penalty, because we only test one substance. Otherwise, if it's indicated through a specific request for this case from the agency for a particular item to be tested.
And could you tell us the conclusion in regards to the testing that you conducted regarding this particular report?
Yes, for item 2 is the only item I chemically analyzed on this report, and the analysis confirms the presence of clonazepam.
Now, could you explain what is clonazepam?
Yeah, clonazepam is in the class of benzodiazepines, so it's used for antidepressant or anti-anxiety medication.
And to your knowledge, training, and experience, is that also classified as a Schedule 4 substance?
It is.
Now moving your attention to the state's Exhibit 24. And could you explain what items did you receive for testing regarding this particular report?
For this report, the items were resubmitted to the lab. And for this report, I tested item 8.
And is there a description regarding what item 8 looks like in terms of visual appearances and all?
Yes, it was a sealed package containing tablets with a logo marking of 10325 and M523.
And what was the results of your testing regarding this particular item 008?
Analysis confirmed the presence of oxycodone.
And from your knowledge, training, and experience, is that a Schedule II substance?
It is.
I now move your attention to State's Exhibit 25. Now, was this a resubmission as well?
It was.
And could you explain why, in terms of it being a resubmission, was some of these items previously submitted for the first test or on State's Exhibit 23?
Yes, all items were submitted at the same time, but based on the customer request, I only tested one item on the first report, and then items were requested for additional testing and sent back to the lab at a later date.
And the purpose of the resubmission, could you explain that?
It depends on case circumstances if that evidence is needed for the case as a whole.
And could you explain the description of the items regarding this particular report that was tested?
Yes, item 1 was a sealed package containing multicolored and shaped tablets that appeared illicit.
And what was the results of your testing regarding that particular item?
So I tested one population 1A, and that was analysis confirmed the presence of utilone.
Now, could you explain I guess, in layman's terms, what type of substance is that?
Yes, utilone belongs to the synthetic cathinones class of drugs, and that's also known as bath salts. So it can give similar effects to things like methamphetamine or MDMA, also known as ecstasy.
And did that conclude your involvement in this matter?
It did.
Thank you.
Any cross-examination?
No.
This one is to be excused.
She can, yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. State may call its next witness.
At this time, the state rests.
All right, members of the jury, the state has now rested their case in chief. There's some matters I need to take up outside of your presence. And so I think this is the perfect opportunity to break for lunch. So what I would propose, maybe not the full hour, we could come back at 1 o'clock unless there are any strong feelings. And until we see you back at 1, remember not to do any research about this case other than what you learned in this courtroom and not to discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves. We'll see you at 1 o'clock. All right. The state having rested, are there any motions on behalf of the defense at this time?
Yes.
And what is your motion, Ms. Young?
I'm seeking administrative remedy, awaiting communications to be delivered to the correct parties.
All right. Anything further you want to have on the record?
All right.
No, that's all.
All right. To the extent that is a motion, it is denied. At this time, Ms. Young, I have to ask you a few questions about whether you have any evidence that you would like to present. So,
Whatever that was, no.
let me first ask you, do you understand that you have a right to testify? And if you want to testify, then no one can prevent you from doing so.
She understands.
All right. And do you understand that no one can make or compel you to testify? That is, do you understand that you have a right not to testify if you do not want to?
She understands.
You understand that it's you personally who decides whether you testify, not anyone else.
She understands.
If you do not testify, then upon proper request, I will instruct the jury that that decision cannot be used against you. Do you understand that?
Understands.
But if you do testify, you'll be both examined by you'll give your own direct examination and be cross-examined by the state. Do you understand that?
He understands.
Do you need any additional time to think about whether you want to testify or not?
No.
Okay. Do you personally want to testify or not?
No, I'm not the defendant, so I wouldn't need to testify.
All right. And just to be clear, when the jury comes back at 1 and I ask whether the defense has any evidence to present, that means that no one will be going on this witness stand on your behalf and introducing testimony. Is that what you're saying to me?
I understand.
Well, not so much you understand. Is that accurate, that no one's going on this stand on your behalf to introduce and be sworn to give evidence to the jury?
I don't need a witness. I'm not the defendant.
Okay. All right. Then with that, I find that the defendant has decided to not testify with a complete understanding of her rights as best I've explained them. And so with that, I believe the evidence would be closed in this case, which means that we would then move to the charge conference and then to closing arguments. And so let's reconvene at 1 o'clock for the charge conference. If you want to hold tight for about 5 minutes, I'll print off our proposed consolidated charges so that you can at least look through those in advance of the charge conference. And then at the charge conference itself, we can go through and tailor it. We would then combine it all, take out any titles or headings. Jury would then get a copy of that. Once we're done with the charge conference, does the state have, how much time does the state need to prepare for closings?
Now, I can prepare during the lunch hour, so I'm fine.
Okay, all right, well, let me know if that changes. Ms. Young, any
He's good.
questions or motions or input on your end before we take a recess until the 1 o'clock charge conference?
No.
All right, we'll be in recess until 1 o'clock. Oh, excuse me. Yes.
I just kind of messed up some of the evidence stickers when I had to scratch some of them out. I wanted to go back and replace them if that's okay, and I'll show them to the defendant or.
You're just replacing it with the exact same number?
Yes, yes.
All right, then certainly you can do that. Make sure you show Ms. Young before the conclusion of the trial so that she can see if there are any concerns with that. Is this, I know we may have been a little rushed getting the redacted indictment. I don't know, is this the one we want to go with? I just thought the spacing was a little odd on some of the counts. Sure. And did Ms. Young get a chance to look at this?
I saw it. I have a copy.
Yeah, and we'll make the necessary corrections and present it and I'll do it.
All right, fair enough. And so again, hold tight. We'll get you in about 5 minutes the consolidated version of the packet. And we'll be in recess until 1 o'clock unless there's anything else. All right, court's in recess. Oh, they're all back, Young. They're already back. Okay.
You just woke up.
Just then.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, we're ready.
What's that?
Yeah, I'm ready for the jury.
If they're all back, we'll have them come out. We'll formally close the evidence and then we'll tell them, hey, I need about 20 to 30 minutes until we're ready for closing. So we'll let me wait. We gotta wait till our court reporter's here.
Yeah, great.
Ready when you are. All right, we are back on the record. I've been handed what I've labeled as Courts Exhibit 1, and which I'll tender for the record, which is the state's prepared redacted version of the indictment. This would be the indictment that goes back with the jury. It omits the former count 10 of bribery and renumbers. Other than that, is everything else the same? Any objections to the redacted indictment from the defense?
I do have an objection.
All right, what's that?
I can just stay right here. Or do I?
Whatever you're more comfortable with, as long as we can hear you.
As a respondent, I had a duty to all complaints and questions because of the legal special relationship of the parties. And by not responding, the respondent is in breach of trust because of the infinite state and duty of care associated with therewith and thereto in an express trust. I do not accept your breach. The court and its officials are a legal title holder of not only the express trust, but also the constructive trust. As now have been placed on the record, I share the same or similar name as the defendant in their case number 23SC192047. However, for clarification, I am not in the capacity as the named defendant. I am the beneficial and equitable title holder. None of this information is foreign to the court, and this matter must proceed in equity. Failure to or refusal of proceeding in equity under exclusive jurisdiction will constitute in contempt of justice. That's all.
All right, to the extent there was a motion somewhere in there, it is denied. I'll note on count 10, it references an attached exhibit A, which is the oath. And I believe that would be considered part of the indictment as well. So why don't we get a copy of that to attach, and that'll also be part of Courts Exhibit 1. Courts Exhibit 2, which I'll tender for the record, would be the consolidated charge, includes the requests to charge, and as well as some non-request charge, and we'll go through that in just a moment. But I've been told the jury is back from the lunch break, and so what I think we should do now is bring them back and formally arrest for the record. So if there's nothing else we need to address at this point or flag, we will bring in the jury. Oh, just one moment, actually.
Copy of the oath, but
That's fine. We don't need that right now before we bring it back. It's all good. Let me I'll pull up the jury charges so I can see what stuff you're doing. Right there.
Yeah, just keep an eye on the bottom where like pop-up say up to.
I just won't touch anything. I'm just gonna look. Yeah. Please rise for our jurors. You also.
I have to go to it. It's not messing it up.
All right, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Please be seated. As we saw before we broke for lunch, the state had rested their case in chief, and so now we turn over to the defense, where the defense has the opportunity to present evidence. But because the state has the burden of proof, the defense doesn't have to present anything at all. And so at this time, is there any evidence to present on behalf of the defense?
Yes.
All right, and what is that?
Respondent had a duty, putting this on the
All
record.
right, Ms. Young, that's not
Yes.
evidence unless you want to testify. So do you have evidence that you would like to present?
No, you're in contempt of justice, but no.
All right. So at this point now, the defense has rested, and so the evidence is closed in this case. So before we can begin closing arguments, there's again something that we have to do outside of your presence, which is make sure that we're all on the same page of the law that applies to this case that I then instruct you on. So that means we have to take, you all to go back and maybe another 20 to 30 minutes before we're ready for closing arguments. All right.
Hey, that was long.
Or continuing seeking administrative remedy, awaiting your communications to be delivered to the correct parties to indicate that these charges have been settled already. I am not the defendant named. This is an alias. We have the same name. I'm the respondent, and I had a legal special relationship because of the parties involved.
All right. To the extent that's an objection to the pattern charge on page 17, that's overruled. Page 18 is intent. I don't see anything to tailor in that charge, so I would give it as written. Page 19 is the presumption of criminal intent. I would give the parenthetical and have the full version of that. Page 20, presumptions and inferences. It's the
I have an
pattern
objection.
charge. And I would plan to give that. What was that, Ms. Young?
What did you say previously?
On page 19 or page 20?
20.
20 is that it's the pattern charge, and I would give that without, I don't see any alterations.
Okay.
Response there?
Yes. It says that you may infer, if you wish to do so, that the acts of a person of sound mind and discretion are the product of a person's will, and a person of sound mind and discretion intends the natural and probable consequences of those acts. Whether or not you make any such inferences is a matter solely with the discretion of the jury. It is presumed, again, that I am the named defendant in this case, and I'm not. Under personas, I forget how to say it. But I'm not the alias here. I'm not the defendant. I'm simply performing as the surety. And like I said, I'm awaiting your communications to be delivered to the correct parties. You have yet to receive yours, and neither has the clerk. And if this matter is not heard or refusal to proceed in equity under exclusive jurisdiction, because you did state for the record, this is exclusive jurisdiction, it will constitute contempt of justice. You're currently in contempt of justice by not allowing me to be heard in matters of equity and equity jurisdiction.
All right. To the extent that is
Alrighty.
an objection to the pattern charge on page 20, I'd overrule it. I find that is an accurate statement of law and is applicable to the evidence here. You do raise an issue of, I suppose, identification.
Yes.
And so there is a pattern charge on identification, which is 1.35.11, which reads, it is for you to say whether, under the evidence in this case, the testimony of the witnesses and the facts and circumstances of the case sufficiently identify this defendant beyond a reasonable doubt as the perpetrator of the alleged crime. It is not necessary that the defendant show that another person committed the alleged offense. And it has some other language. So, are you requesting that pattern charge be included?
I'm requesting that.
It's really a yes or no on this question to you, and then I'll let you follow up. But do you want that pattern charge that I just read to you? That is the state's burden to prove identity.
No.
You do not want that?
Nope.
Okay. Is there something else you wanted to add?
The only thing I've said, I've acted as a respondent because I had a duty, and you're not acknowledging that duty. So no, that's all.
Okay. Does the state want to be heard on this issue of whether identity should be added here?
Your Honor, we don't have a problem with the instructions being added. There was adequate testimony by Captain Grady, who identified the defendant, as well as the body cam footage showing her at the jail. So we think identity has been established in this case.
I object.
Well, you've already said you don't want it in. I don't know, is the state saying it should or should not be in there?
We don't have a problem with it being in, Your Honor. And the only reason I say that is because if the defendant in her closing argument suggests that she is not Jadon Young, then I do think it will be instructive for the jury to have that particular instruction.
Okay. I agree. I think that's where closing arguments may be headed. It's an accurate statement of the law. And so, I mean, Ms. Young, in your closing, would you be referring to the fact that you're not the person on this indictment and, that you can't be held accountable for this because they've got the wrong person?
Acting as respondent for the defendant, I have, excuse me one moment.
Oh, shit. Here we go.
Yes, as of now, I've been placed on the record again that I share the same alias or similar name as the named defendant, and I would just like to prove that I am not said defendant in their case number 23SC 192047. With that, I would really like to seek administrative remedy to await the communications to be delivered to the correct parties. And that would be my proof.
All right. Noted for the record. And we will include the pattern charge of 13511 tailored to the evidence in this case to be part of the law that I charge. Turning back to our omnibus packet, we're now on page 21. Knowledge. I've just tailored that to just generally refer to all of the crimes on the indictment. The pattern is written as if you would allege each one. I think knowledge is applicable to all of these. And so unless there's any other input, I would give it as written on page 21. 22, state has a non-pattern request.
All right, we just skip most of the jury instructions. Thanks again to Alyssa. That last little bit was just the fun part of the jury instructions where she went full soft sit.
All right, let's go back on the record. All right, we are now back on the record. The time is just before 2:05. It's about 15 minutes past when I instructed the parties to be back at 1:50 to begin closing arguments. The state is present. The defendant is not. I've asked our deputies to search the floor. They have not found the defendant. They've also sent someone into the bathrooms. She is not in any of those. And we are also now trying to make a phone call. The only phone number we have is to her mother, who had previously conveyed a message for us Monday morning to have her here to start trial. And at this point, we're also going to review security footage to see if she walked out of the front door of the courthouse. But looking at her table, it looks like all of the papers and things that she came with are not here anymore. She left a jacket behind, but otherwise all of her belongings are no longer here, as from what I can tell. And we're now well after the time I told her to come back. She has not been spotted anywhere on this floor. And so I believe that she has now waived her appearance going forward through this trial, and we can proceed even in her absence under our case law. I would instruct the deputies at any point, if she shows up, she should be let in and she can resume being here. But until she does reappear, we're just going to proceed. So, Mr. Miller, are you still ready for closing arguments? Then let's bring back the jury. And before we do, though, let me ask, just so I'm clear, Mr. Miller, are you planning to, is there anything that you think, I'm just going to instruct the jury that that we're proceeding, she has not reappeared and that she's waived her presence as a result. And I'm just going to leave it at that. Are you planning to highlight that or include it in your closing argument in some way?
No, Your Honor, I'll let the jury infer from that what they will.
All right. And I don't think that that there is any instruction that I need to give about what inferences they're allowed to draw one way or another. I think, flight could very well be something that they're allowed to consider, especially mid-trial. So unless there's anything else the state wants to add to protect the record, we will bring back the jury. Well, maybe not. Yes, Ms. Boykin.
That's the thing. So, Your Honor, I guess we would mention it as flight as evidence of guilt. But I think I will remain flexible on that point, given the possibility of her entering into the courtroom during the closing. But should she not, then I would mention it during the closing.
Yep.
I think there is a portion where I will talk about motive to lie. And then at that juncture, I will then reference flight being evidence of guilt. But again, that's
Pointing directly to the empty chair.
yes.
And that's,
It's empty at that point, right?
right. And I don't have the case law at my fingertips and I haven't had this case come up in a while. Do you have anything on your part? And again, my understanding is permitted. We'll go from there. All right, let's bring back the jury.
On your seat.
I'll do it as a present. Yeah.
Thank you, Lieutenant Lattimore. All right, members of the jury, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I told you that trials are unscripted things, and we reached one of those moments while you were in the back. During the break, we did the work we needed to do, and I gave the parties a time to reappear so that we could begin closing arguments. And Ms. Young has not appeared, and nor does she appear to be on this floor. And so at this point, I've made a finding that she has waived her appearance from this point of the trial forward. Should she come back, she can have a seat and resume where she left off, but it doesn't stop us from continuing our work. So with that, we proceed to closing arguments. The state, because they have the burden of proof, has the right to both open and conclude closing arguments. Mr. Miller, were you wanting to begin and use your opening closing argument?
I will, Your Honor. I'd like to do opening and close.
Now you want to open and close. All right, then you may proceed.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'd like to thank you for your participation throughout this trial. First, I also like to thank you for your attentiveness, for your punctuality, and just for paying attention to our trial. I do understand that coming downtown, driving through traffic is this whole ordeal. However, you all have been able to come here the 2 days for a trial, for jury selection, and for testimony and presenting evidence and you're able to pay attention, take notes, and I'd like to thank you for that on behalf of the state. Okay. This case is about someone who had the public's trust, someone who was in a position of authority, someone who had access to inmates, to a facility that housed inmates. They had an authority type position. And in that position, they are given certain rights and privileges. You heard testimony that said that there were metal detectors, that there was a policy that they had to use clear bags. However, metal detectors detect, surprise, surprise, metal. That's right. But it does not detect certain substances. Given your position, given your access, it wouldn't require a more thorough search. So could put something inside of a clear bag, inside of a bag, to avoid detection. And that's what we have here in this case. It was never made known to any of the captains and lieutenants that testified today that this was an issue regarding this particular defendant until while on shift, while in a position of authority, in a position overseeing another officer on the floor, which creates a safety hazard if the person who is the quote unquote eye in the sky isn't alert. But had that not occurred, it wouldn't have led to the search of this defendant's bag to reveal what was found, those illegal substances and the quantity that it contained. And that's what this case is about. Opening statements are not evidence, right? It's not evidence. What is evidence is what comes to you, what is presented to you from this witness. During my closing, I will talk about the types of evidence that is also presented, that was presented in this case as well. Pictures, lab results, the actual drugs and paraphernalia that was actually found. That's evidence. That's what was presented. That's what the state presented to you. So regardless of what was said during opening statements, that's not evidence. And to my recollection, there was nothing presented from any of our witnesses that even alluded to anything that was said from the other party in opening statements. So we're going to give you a quick overview of the things that I'm going to cover during closing today. I'm going to talk about a juror's duty. We're also going to talk about certain legal principles, and these principles will be, as I said, the types of evidence, as well as reasonable doubt. We're going to spend a little time on that. We're going to talk about the crime charged, and then we're going to talk about the evidence that was presented on this case for you to consider. So a juror's duty. As a juror, you're bound to follow the instructions that are given to you by the court. If you recall, during voir dire, we asked a lot of you, if not only if you could be a fair and impartial juror, but would you be able to follow the law as instructed to you by the court at the close of the case? That is part of your duty as well as a juror. The other part of your role as a juror is to deliberate. So the way this works is that it requires your participation to deliberate. So if a juror refuses to deliberate, that is an issue that you should bring to the court's attention, should that occur. Part of your duty as well is to consider the evidence. We're going to consider things that are inside of this bubble. You want to consider the statements. You want to consider the expert testimony, the photos that was presented in evidence. You also want to consider defendant's motive to lie or flee, not be present. You also want to bring into that bubble your common sense. We don't want you to leave that out the door, right? You want to consider the testimony of witnesses that you listen to today. as well as the elements of the crime, all in that one bubble. So you want to focus on that which is inside the bubble. What you're not to consider are these things outside of the bubble. Passion, public opinion, you're unhappy with the police, public feeling, sympathy for the defendant, prejudice, you disagree with the law, nor are you to consider the penalty or possible punishment should you render a guilty verdict. You're not to consider punishment. Only the things that are inside of this bubble. Now let's talk about those legal principles. The burden of proof. The burden rests on the state, and we accept that burden because in this country, right, we require more than an accusation or an indictment for someone to be found guilty. The state has the burden to prove each element on the crime of the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. We have that burden, and we gladly accept that burden. Now, the presumption of innocence, that always lies with the defendant. Consider this. A person charged with any crime, right? They walk into court with a cloak, and that cloak is the presumption of innocence. As you listen to testimony, as you consider the evidence that's presented before you, and as the state comes closer and closer to proving the elements of the crime and the crimes charged, that cloak begins to slide off of that defendant now, revealing to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who they actually are. As the state meets its burden, that cloak begins to come off as we present evidence, witness testimony, body cam footage, pictures, signs posted, the actual drugs that were found in her bag. That cloak begins to slide off, and then that presumption is now gone. Presumption, again, doesn't mean that the defendant is actually innocent. Want to consider direct evidence. Direct evidence will be testimony from the witnesses that we call today. What did they say they saw? What did they hear? Their impressions, how they felt. What did they do? That was direct evidence that you all listened to today. But you also want to consider the tangible evidence that we presented before you as well. The pictures, the video, the actual drugs that were found in the defendant's bag. So in this particular case, we presented direct evidence in the form of witness testimony as well as tangible evidence as well. And here's the direct evidence you heard from today. Officer King, Sergeant Williams, Lieutenant Grady, Officer Barnes, Captain Winfrey, and the GBI forensic chemist, Morgan Brennan. Let's talk about circumstantial evidence. Now, circumstantial evidence, you can compare that and weigh it with direct evidence. You're using your common sense, inferring from the things that you heard from the direct evidence. So let's consider this. You are in a locked tower with a bathroom located inside with your personal items. That direct evidence came from the witness testimony. Using your common sense, you could infer that the defendant had access to her personal belongings in that locked tower and that no one else had access to that. She was in a locked tower alone. No testimony from any witnesses suggested that someone else had access during that time. As a matter of fact, to the contrary, they called, they radioed, they knocked on the door, they shook the door countless times. They only gained access to that room when the defendant unlocked the door. As part of their procedure, there was one officer or one detention officer always in the tower while there'll be an officer on the floor. They never said that there were two or more inside of that tower. It was always one, and their tower door is locked. Again, using your common sense, you can compare it with circumstantial evidence to infer that this defendant was in their tower alone with her personal items. No evidence was presented to suggest that someone else put something in her bag unbeknownst to her. No evidence was presented to suggest that someone put something inside of any beverage or food that she consumed. It's considered reasonable doubt. And it means exactly that, reasonable. It's based on your common sense and reason. It's not vague or arbitrary at all. It's a doubt from which reason can be given. Now, the state is not required to prove guilt beyond all doubt or by mathematical certainty. We just have to prove it beyond reasonable doubt. So let's consider unreasonable doubt with reasonable doubt. Unreasonable doubt. Unpresented evidence. We'll focus on that. Again, there was no evidence presented throughout this trial that someone put something, any illegal substances, in this defendant's bag. There was no evidence presented to suggest that someone had drugged this defendant. To suggest that would be speculation. So get reasonable doubt based on your common sense and reason, as I said before. And it's not vague or arbitrary. And again, it's doubt from which reason can be given. So when you look at reasonable doubt, even if you want to form it, it's formed with things within that bubble. Again, the statements, expert testimony, common sense, the photos and documents that were presented as evidence, but you're also looking at defendant's motive to lie, elements of the crime, and testimony of the witnesses. You to consider only the things inside this bubble, not outside the bubble, not unpresented evidence, not opening statements, not the comments of the attorneys, not how you feel about the police, not speculation, not sympathy for the defendant, not prejudice, or if you disagree with the law. And again, you're not to even consider or worry about the punishment or the penalty should you render a guilty verdict. To hammer this point home, based on your common sense and lived experiences, I know we're kind of getting away from using paper money. I tap my purchase. But common sense and from your life experiences, if I were to ask you what image is depicted on the pieces of this puzzle, you would say a dollar bill. Sure, there are pieces missing. There are corners missing, part of George Washington's head. But from your common sense, from your life experiences, you know that's a dollar bill. Right? Beyond a reasonable, you can say it. We can prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. That's a dollar bill based on that. Now, as a juror, you also have a great power because you determine the credibility of the witnesses, not us, not the state, not the defense. And so based on a witness testifying, you determine whether or not you deem he or she credible based on their testimony. That is up to the jury. That is solely, that rests within your power. Now, testimony of a single witness could be used to establish a fact. So as a juror, if you believe that it was sufficient from Sergeant Williams's testimony that this defendant appeared to have been under the influence of some type of substance, and that they smelled marijuana, which prompted them to search her bag, and drugs were located in her bag, that is enough. Lieutenant Grady's testimony is extra. If you deem Sergeant Williams' testimony just sufficient enough to prove just that point alone. The other testimony of Officer King, Lieutenant Grady, Captain Winfrey, and even the GBL lab technician, that's extra. If you feel that Sergeant Williams' testimony or the testimony of any other witness, just that one witness, if you feel that that was sufficient to establish the fact, that is enough. Let's consider now the crimes charged. On this indictment, this defendant is charged with 3 counts of possession of a controlled substance. Count 1 specifically is for the Schedule 1. Count 4 specifically for Schedule 2, and count 7 specifically for the Schedule 4 controlled substance with the intent to distribute. As you look at the table, it's broken down with the elements of the offenses as well as the facts that was presented in evidence throughout this trial. So with the elements, we need to show that Ms. Young was in possession of the controlled substance and that there was an intent to distribute. Well, the facts of this case are that the search of Ms. Young's bag revealed several controlled substances, and the quantity of those controlled substances found and the way they were packaged were contrary to personal use. They imply inferred distribution. Furthermore, the forensic chemist ran tests on these substances and determined and confirmed that they were Schedule 1, Schedule 2, and Schedule 4 controlled substances. So you had that GBI technician come in and testify before you for that purpose, to show you that those substances that were found were confirmed to have been Schedule 1, Schedule 2, and Schedule 4. She's also charged with 3 counts of possession of those same controlled substances. So you have possession with intent to distribute, but also possession of those controlled substances. Now, the element for this particular charge is just possession. You gotta prove that she possessed them. Now, how did the state prove that throughout this trial? Well, the defendant had possessed a variety of controlled substances inside of her personal bag. They were not in someone else's bag. They were inside of her personal bag. As a matter of fact, throughout the search of the bag that you saw on Lieutenant Grady's body cam, there were personal items that were taken out. The defendant's credit card was also located in the bag. And again, the GBI forensic chemist confirmed that those substances were Schedule 1, Schedule 2, and Schedule 4 controlled substances. These are specific to counts 2, 5, and 8. This defendant also has 3 additional counts of crossing the guard lines of the jail with a prohibited item. Those items being Schedule 1, Schedule 2, Schedule 4 controlled substances. And let's look at the elements. Defendant has to cross the guard lines of the jail with a prohibited item without the knowledge and consent or consent of the jailer to do so. And what was presented throughout this trial? This defendant was employed with the Fulton County Sheriff's Office as a detention officer. She worked at the Fulton County Jail. Affixed outside of Fulton County Jail on the property was signs posted informing you of the guard line, informing you that crossing this line with a prohibited item is a violation of the law. The facts did show also that this defendant not only passed all of those postings, but entered the building with those controlled substances that were found inside of her bag. And again, the lab results confirm that they were Schedule 1, Schedule 2, and Schedule 4, and that those items were prohibited from being inside of the jail. In the last count, count 10, violation of oath by a public officer. The elements are that this defendant is a sworn officer to enforce the law and obey the rules of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. However, the other portion of that is that the defendant willfully and intentionally committed an act in violation of the laws of Georgia, in violation of the rules governing the Sheriff's Office. What was presented to you this morning? Officer Barn, through her testimony, she presented the oath of office that was signed and dated by this defendant, agreeing to adhere to the rules and the laws of the state of Georgia and of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office and not to violate the law. That was presented to you. That was the first witness actually that was presented to you this morning. And the actual oath was presented into evidence as well. However, this defendant did act in violation of that by crossing the guard line with those prohibited items inside of Fulton County Jail in violation not only of the laws of the state of Georgia, but the laws and rules governing the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. So let's summarize the case, and then we're going to get into some of the witness testimony. We know that on May 4th of 2021, the detention officer at that time, Young, was observed by her supervisors under the influence of some type of controlled substance. A search of Ms. Young's personal bag revealed several controlled substances mixed in with her personal items. These items included 40 multicolored pills and tablets, 56 white pills in a plastic bag, 3 additional white pills, 1 green leafy substance of marijuana wrap and electrical tape, as well as 1 brown leafy substance of suspected tobacco, 2 orange gummies, 2 red gummies, white rolling papers, 2 yellow pills in a plastic bag, and 7 white pills containing a label M523. No Benadryl bag was found inside that bag. No prescription bottle was found inside that bag. Just those items listed. Lab analysis had confirmed that those drugs, those suspected drugs found inside of her bag were Schedule 1, Schedule 2, and Schedule 4. With the Schedule 1, the name is very weird, anapropane, but the layman's term is bath salts. That's Schedule 1. That Schedule 2 is oxycodone, and the Schedule 4 is clonazepam. Let's talk about the evidence as well as the witnesses that you heard from throughout this trial. Testimony of Officer King. Officer King had testified and told you that she was familiar with Young from time to time, but this particular day of incident, at roll call, they were reassigned her and Young to work 5 North, and they decided who would be on the floor, who would be on the tower. Officer King had also testified that as she was returning from her break, she needed to regain access to the floor to complete her duties. And in order to do so, she has to buzz in or radio the tower. And when she did, she got no response. Now, prior to that, her and Young had decided who would be on the tower, who would be on the floor. And again, Young was in the tower alone. And as she radioed Young, she got no response. And as she called inside the tower, she got no response. And she rung her again on the intercom, she got no response. And she had to go to another floor to contact the sergeant, Sergeant Williams, who you heard from, to get assistance. When Sergeant Williams is informed of what's taking place, she then radios Officer Young in the tower. She receives no response. They call inside the tower, they radio, they get no response. And now they're worried. They go to another floor to retrieve emergency keys to maybe gain manual access inside the tower to see what's going on with Officer Young. When they arrive at the door to the tower, they realize that they have the wrong set of keys. And so now they knock on the door. They shake the door. They're calling. They can hear the phone ringing from inside the tower. Sergeant Williams heard herself on the radio, radioing inside the tower to get Officer Young's attention. She heard herself on the radio, and Officer Young did not respond. They then go to another floor to get a set of emergency keys. When they return, they realize those keys are not working. They shake the door again, they knock, they call, they radio, no response. And as they're going to retrieve another set of emergency keys, the door of the tower pops open. And as they enter in, they see Officer Young, they see all the call buttons lit up, people trying to contact her. And she appeared to be disheveled, appeared to be asleep. And they were worried. From Sergeant Williams' testimony, she was concerned. They didn't suspect that she was bringing in illegal narcotics into the jail. They thought she was experiencing some type of medical emergency. And so she was concerned. Asked her, what's going on? Are you okay? Are you okay? Did you take anything? And Young informed her that she had taken Benadryl. She was just sleepy. And so the fix to that solution, from having a sleepy person in the eye of the sky, we'll just put that person on the floor so they can walk around, get some movement going, they can wake up, and have the more alert person switch places with them. But then you heard from Officer King that said when that switch was supposed to occur, Officer Young did not leave the tower. She stayed in the stairwell. So she had to call Sergeant Williams back. And when Sergeant Williams returned, she realized we have to just take her off the floor. She's not even safe to be on the floor now. They're concerned. She then contacts Lieutenant Grady. Lieutenant Grady comes. You saw his body cam. He is feet are almost inches away from Young, calling her name. You can even see on body cam where he's tapping her. You can see her kind of move a little bit, nudge, and she's not responding. And when she finally responds, he's asking her, are you okay? They're not suspicious of her engaging in any type of legal conduct. They're just worried about her well-being. On body cam, you heard him say as they're escorting her out of the room, he says, we may need to contact EMS. They're concerned about her safety and well-being. They're concerned about that. However, is when they get downstairs into the captain's office, as she's carrying her bag, they smell what is possibly suspected marijuana. They're asking her, what did she take? She says, Benadryl. Well, they want to at least find the bottle to see what, if anything, did she take? What was the dosage? How much was it? They did not find a Benadryl bottle or a subscription bottle.
This is Lieutenant Grady, Fulton County Sheriff's Office. I was concerned while we were meeting with Detention Officer Jay Young in the captain's office. I smell what's assumed to be marijuana coming from this bag. I must state for the record that Detention Officer Young has crossed the guard line of the Fulton County Sheriff, which gives me the right to search her property. She has the contents of a Cracker Jack bag. She has a Hers bag. And as I'm looking, I see this vial, and it smells to be very strong eminent of marijuana. And I see in this pouch some pills of suspected MDMA. They're colorful pills that are here. There are various items that are in the bag. I'm going to open the contents of this bag, this black ball that was found in the bag of Jadon Young. Here's a credit card. Right now, she was brought down to the captain's office because we saw that she appeared to be on some type of intoxicant. So I'm going to cut into, you'll hold this for me? Towards this. I'm going to cut into this black pouch here, which does have a heavy laden smell of marijuana and tobacco. Marijuana. Try to get this open here. I'm currently located within the Fulton County Jail in the Watch Command's office. Currently holding the camera for me is Sergeant Hudson. As I'm unwrapping this ball, I'm unwrapping what appears to be marijuana. That's a green leafy substance based upon my knowledge and experience and training. White wrapping papers. I also we have some other items in there what they happened. So this is what we have here. There's a pouch of what looks to be like tobacco, a moistened tobacco substance. At this time, I'm going to hold this here. I'm going to get a property and evidence container, and I also have these pills as well. We're going to put this in evidence. Let me get a property and evidence thing so I can get that property and stand by.
Again, you heard from Officer Barnes. And through her testimony, we were able to present to the jury the signed oath by Jadon Young, agreeing to adhere and uphold the laws of the state of Georgia and adhere to the rules of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. The last witness you heard from today was the forensic chemist from the GBR. And what we presented through her testimony was that all of the drugs were originally submitted for testing back in 2021. And their policy is to test the highest quantity, the drug that has the highest penalty. And so the drugs were then resubmitted for testing in 2023 because there were drugs that need to be tested again. And her results revealed that Ms. Young was in possession of a Schedule 1, Schedule 2, and Schedule 4. Schedule 1, the bath salts. Schedule 2, the oxycodone. And then Schedule 4, the clonazepam. As you deliberate with your fellow members of the jury, we implore you to not consider what was in opening statements because it's not evidence. We ask that you consider what is evidence, what was presented to you throughout this case. Consider the testimony, consider the tangible evidence, the photographs, the oath of office that she signed, the lab results, and even the drugs that you saw that was presented into evidence as well. And we ask that you render a verdict of guilty on all counts in this indictment against Jadon Young. Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, it's now my duty to charge you on the law that applies to this case. This process should take about 15 minutes. If anyone needs a break, if not, I'll forge ahead. You'll receive a copy of these charges for your deliberations. You are considering the case of the state of Georgia versus Jadon Young. The grand jury has indicted the defendant with the offenses of possession of a Schedule 1 controlled substance with intent to distribute, possession of a Schedule 1 controlled substance, possession of a Schedule 2 controlled substance with intent to distribute.
Okay, they give the case to the jury, and then the jury deliberates. And now we're back.
All right, we're back on the record. I've been informed by Lieutenant Lattimore that the jury has reached a verdict, and Ms. Young is now present back in court. And Ms. Young, I will remind and direct you once again that there are not to be any verbal outbursts, and I'll allow you to perfect the record at the appropriate time, but that is only going to be when I call on you. So with that, we can bring in the jury.
And excuse me if I'm a Matlock fan.
Behavior in this case is disgusting.
Yes. Here.
President Young. Thank you, Lieutenant Lattimore. Please be seated, everyone. Members of the jury, I've been informed that y'all have been able to reach a verdict. And if that is the case, it appears that juror number 8 is our foreperson. All right, if you could hand that verdict form to the lieutenant so that I can take a look and make sure it's been completed. All right, and you can hand that back to our foreperson. And sir, if you could now publish the verdict in open court by reading it, you can remain seated and read it into the record.
Count one, possession of a Schedule I controlled substance with the intent to distribute, you find the defendant guilty. As to count two, possession of a Schedule I controlled substance, we find the defendant guilty. As to count three, crossing guard lines, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As to count four, possession of a Schedule II controlled substance with intent to distribute, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As to count five, possession of a Schedule II controlled substance, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As to count six, crossing guard lines, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As to count seven, possession of a Schedule IV controlled substance with intent to distribute, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As to count eight, possession of a Schedule IV controlled substance, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As to count nine, crossing guard lines, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As to count 10, violation of oath by a public officer, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty.
And that has been signed, filled in, and dated by you.
Right.
All right, if you could hand that verdict form back to the deputy so that the state may review it as well as the defendant.
I had to. I had to bring Annie in for this.
Oh, I've seen this.
All right, starting with the state, is there any objection to the form of the verdict, and is there any reason this jury cannot be excused?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, and over to Ms. Young. Any objection to the form of the verdict, is there any reason this jury cannot be excused?
There's an object.
All
You're
right.
still in contempt of justice, but that's it.
All right, that being
We'll live with that.
the objection, it's noted for the record. And so, members of the jury, at this time, your service has concluded. If anyone wants to speak with you now about your deliberations, you're certainly free to, but you don't have to. and all the other obligations that I had placed on you are listed at this time. I certainly know that sometimes the lawyers would want to talk with you to get feedback, and so I'll come back, and I personally want to thank you as well for your, the work you've put into this, and then I'll ask whether the lawyers want to come back and talk with you. But certainly we won't be blocking the door. So you've done you put in your work, and so you feel free to leave as well. And so with that, it's with the thanks of this court for your service that you can be dismissed. Did the state wish to speak with the jury at all?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is there any reason we can't proceed to sentencing today?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We'll be in recess for about 15 minutes. To present any evidence in aggravation, let's also start with your recommendation as well.
Your Honor, as the court is aware, the defendant, or the court may not be aware, but the defendant does not have a prior record. However, the state's recommendation in this case is not only based on the evidence in this case, but also based upon the fact that the defendant has not accepted responsibility for her actions and in the situation that she caused at the jail, and the fact that her actions potentially put inmates and other people at risk. For that reason, Your Honor, the state recommends the following sentence. With regards to counts 1 and 2, we believe count 2 would merge with count 1. The state's recommendations on counts 1 and 2 are 15 years to serve 10. State's recommendation on count 3 is 5 years to serve, concurrent with counts 1 and 2. Regarding counts 4 and 5, again, the possession in count 5 would merge with count 4. State's recommendation is 15 to serve 10. The recommendation for count 6 is 5 years to serve to run concurrent with counts 4 and 5. Count 7 and 8, Your Honor, the state would recommend 15 to serve 10, with count 8 merging into count 7. And on count 9, 5 years to serve to run concurrent. And then for the violation of oath, the state would recommend 5 years to serve to run concurrent.
In terms of evidence and aggravation, Ms. Boykin, at a prior hearing, you didn't have the case at the time, but it was Mr. Herzog who made representations that this case involved gang affiliation, that there were, and I know that there was a warrant taken out initially in this case about gang affiliation, and that he referenced other evidence showing that she was distributing directly to inmates. And so is that something the state is prepared to introduce in aggravation here today?
Your Honor, the state does have information related to that. We do not have the witness here to testify regarding those matters. Should the court hold a scheduling hearing or a hearing at a later date, we can have that witness available given this time of day.
All right. Well, not hearing a request to continue sentencing and the evidence not.
Would request for the court to continue sentencing to hear from that witness.
And the state's recommendation, though, would remain the same after presenting this aggravating evidence.
It would, Your Honor.
All right. And just by, wouldn't consider it unless we did hear that evidence, but by way of proffer to complete the record, what would be your proffer, what that witness would testify to?
Your Honor, the witness Raylene Bruce would testify that she too worked at the Fulton County Sheriff's Department. She assisted Investigator Green with obtaining the defendant's cell phone. A subsequent dump of that cell phone did show that the defendant was communicating not only with inmates, but with other individuals to sell items, to sell drugs within the jail. There are also some Instagram postings for the defendant. And there's also photos of her gang tattoos that were taken at the Fulton County Jail.
All right. I will reserve a ruling on your request to continue the sentencing, and right now simply continue today based on what you've already argued and what has been presented through this trial. And your proffer would not play any role in that at this time. Anything else on behalf of the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Young, at this point, should you choose to do so, this is an opportunity for you to tell me anything about yourself, your character, your background, anything that you think I should consider in mitigation, meaning why you deserve a lesser sentence and whatever sentence you recommend. And so to that end, the floor is yours.
So as I said earlier, on the record, we are in equity jurisdiction, correct? You have no answer?
I'll have an answer for you shortly, Ms. Young.
Okay. So,
The answer is
the
no.
failure or refusal to proceed in equity under exclusive jurisdiction will constitute in contempt of justice. As I said earlier, I was seeking administrative remedy, awaiting your communications to be delivered to correct parties. You are in contempt of justice by not allowing the surety, the implied surety, to produce this receipt of payment. So with that being said, my fee schedule will be on the record publicly soon, as soon as I can. But again, I have a 4-year-old son. Like I said, there was a lot of miscommunication. You have been in contact with my mother and my father without my knowledge, and they have miscommunicated the time that I was supposed to be back. I told them the situation. And as I was getting lunch and headed back to the courthouse where your officers intercepted, that's all that was being said. So, and I was not read my Miranda rights as well, just putting that on the record as well. And also to clarify again, the respondent had a duty to all complaints and questions because of the legal special relationship of the parties. By not responding to the respondent via the indictment, the true bill that was originally sent to the respondent, is in breach of trust because of the infant estate and duty of care associated therewith and thereto in an express trust. The court and its officials, the prosecutor or the plaintiff, being that the state cannot represent itself, obviously, our legal title holder of not only the express trust, but also the constructive trust, as now have been placed on the record. I share the same or similar name again as the named defendant in their case number 23 SC 192047. However, for clarification, I am not acting in the capacity as the named defendant. I am the beneficiary and equitable title holder. None of this information is foreign to the court. This matter must proceed in equity, and failure or refusal to proceed in equity under exclusive jurisdiction, which you said we are in, will constitute contempt of justice. I am appearing, especially and not generally. I'm trying to let you know that this case has been settled. And until that notice reaches you, until I'm able to go do what I need to do to make sure your notice reaches you, I'm here. So again, I would like to seek administrative remedy, awaiting your communications to be delivered to the correct parties.
Ms. Young, you raised and said that you have a 4-year-old.
I do.
Who is caring for your 4-year-old at this moment?
I have no idea right now because his daycare closed at 6:00 p.m.
And so you've left your 4-year-old in the care of a daycare and made no plans.
My mother, I have no way to contact. I have no way to do anything because you intercepted
before I could do what I was supposed to do.
All right. And so your mother has the ability to care for your 4-year-old?
I have no idea because I've not been able to speak with anyone. You are holding me against my will right now. So no, I have not spoken to anyone.
Yeah.
And what daycare is your son at?
Why?
Well, the answer would be because we want to make sure he's taken care of, and we actually have some regard for him, unlike what you've shown here today.
How have I shown no regard for my son?
Do you have anything further to present, Ms. Young?
Other than you're in contempt of justice? No.
All right.
You can proceed to doing.
Okay,
whatever
with
you
that,
do.
I will
Bang.
announce the sentence in this case. I'll say I don't believe deferring or continuing this to a later date is needed because I'm willing, at a minimum, to accept the state's recommendation based on what's already been presented. I don't think aggravating evidence is needed here. I'll just start off by saying I don't think I've ever seen a more ineffective presentation at a sentencing hearing. Ms. Young, you've taken no responsibility not only for these acts, but you've completely thumbed your nose at this process and at the law that you swore to uphold. You've lied to me. You've embarrassed yourself and the department you used to work for.
Aww.
And you've contributed to the crisis we've had at this jail that we've had to experience for years. You're the cause of the danger that everyone who works there
The
and has to
defendant
be
is the
detained
cause.
there has to experience. So I'm not going to belabor the point, but the sentence
Yes,
in this
please, let's
case
get
will
on with this,
be
please.
40 years to serve 15 years with the balance on probation.
sorry,
We'll
you
stack
said
the
a balance?
charges, and Ms. Young can be removed from the courtroom because she's continuing to disrupt
Thank
the
you.
proceedings.
Bye.
If you didn't know, y'all stink. Okay.
Just hold on a second. Boy, don't go back there. Hand that to him. Okay, I'll go through them all.
The first I'm seeing you without your.
All right, at this time, for the record, Ms. Young has again been removed from the courtroom because she continues to disrupt these proceedings. We have, she's back in the detention area, and we have had a deputy go back with her. The deputy is holding a laptop, which is live streaming these proceedings in real time so that she can still hear the conclusion of the court sentence and the advisement of her rights, which is very important. To conclude, I think the heart of this case is the violation of oath by a public officer. So I'm going to have that as the lead count. So count 11 would be 5 years to serve. I'm also going to make a special note on this sentence that this sentence is not going to begin running until 40 days from today's date, and that it's going to be consecutive to the court's order of contempt, which has already been filed and was entered on today, January 28th. So count 11 would be 5 years to serve. From there, we return back to the top of the indictment, where the sentence would be 30 years to serve 15 years with the balance on probation. Strike that. That would be 30 years to serve 10 years with the balance on probation, which is to run consecutive to count 11. Count 2 merges into count 1. Count 3, crossing guidelines, would be 5 years to serve, consecutive to count 11, and concurrent with count 1. Count 4, possession of a Schedule II controlled substance with intent to distribute. That's going to be 30 to serve 15. Again, that's consecutive to count 11. That's concurrent to count 1. Count 5 merges into count 4. Count 6 is the crossing guard lines. That's 5 years to serve. That's consecutive to count 11 to run concurrent with 2 and 4. Count 7 is the possession of a Schedule IV with the intent to distribute. I think at this point, since I'd announced a 40 serve 15, there still needs to be another 15 years on probation. And so count 7 would be 15 years probation consecutive to count 11, and consecutive to count 1 and 4. Count 8 merges to count 7, and count 9 is 5 years to serve consecutive to count 11, concurrent to count 1. I will double check the math on this, but again, the sentence is 40 years probation to serve 15 years with the first 5 on the violation, the next 10 to serve on the possession with intents, and then probation to follow from there. The special conditions would include that she is not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs. She's not to possess any weapons or any replicas of any weapons. For any technical violations, those will fall into the sentencing option system with a sanctions cap of PDC or RSAT. She's not to have any contact with any inmates at the Fulton County Jail. Are there any other additional conditions the state would be requesting?
Would request counseling for the defendant in the Department of Corrections. And on probation.
I'll fix it. So, yeah. And just as I know, we've already had this on the record, but the final disposition will reflect the null pros on count 10. Is there a form of counseling you're saying would be recommended?
Just mental health counseling, perhaps on probation once she gets out.
We can include that recommendation. I'll just state for the record that I had been observing Ms. Young throughout this trial, and I think I've seen a method to her madness, especially when cross-examining the witnesses. She knows what the issues were in this trial and just has a very grave misunderstanding of the law and how she thought she could be successful in this case. So I didn't have any concerns about her competency to proceed in this case or her criminal responsibility here. Anything else from the state?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. And again, with the awareness that Ms. Young has the opportunity to be listening to us by live stream from the holding cell, I have to advise her that, Ms. Young, you have the right to seek post-judgment relief from your conviction of these crimes by either making a motion for new trial in this court or by filing an appeal to a higher appellate court. If you want to file a motion for new trial or an appeal, then you'll need to file that motion or notice of appeal with the clerk of Superior Court of this county within 30 days. You may want to more fully discuss this with an attorney if you choose to request one after a motion is filed, but it is your responsibility to file that motion for new trial. If a motion for new trial is made and the court denies it, you'll have 30 days from the filing of the order of denial in which to file with the clerk of court your notice of appeal. You have a right to have an attorney represent you on the motion for new trial and the first level of direct appellate review. And if you cannot afford to hire an attorney, the court will provide you an attorney and a transcript of your trial at no cost. And a felony, as a felony convictions, you have a period of 4 years from the date that your sentence in this court becomes final to file a habeas corpus petition. Anything further from the state? All right, this matter is adjourned.
Well, that was fun. This is the way to do trials. First of all, I like the way the judge handled it, both in hammering her beyond the prosecutor's recommendation at the end and also procedurally just pushing the trial along. It was refreshing compared to the Velo versus Arizona case. That was good time. So yeah, I guess she's back to Rice Street, just wearing a different uniform. Although she'll end up in a penitentiary. I don't know how that stuff works. Again, I've never done criminal defense, so I don't know how long that is. But when they say 40 to serve 15, is that really mean 15 and then you have good time off of that, or is that like you're serving 15? It was unbelievable that she did not have her child accounted for. I don't know that I do believe that, or if that's just if that was just her last ditch manipulation. It's probably that. But if she literally left her kid at a daycare and then went to a trial that she had zero chance of winning and was going to be remanded. That's just disgusting. Ah, there you have it. Good times. All right, we got that done. A little over 4 hours. I was scared because the video is 9 hours. But thanks again to Alyssa who got it to me. And also, I requested help looking for the gaps. The big one was, because that video was long, but the big one was there was a 3-hour break for deliberation. But that one was satisfying also. I mean, I could have gone without the PowerPoint presentation. That was killing me. And that would have been fine if they would have just had the camera so you could have seen the prosecutor. I mean, the prosecutor was on there, but the picture was so small you couldn't see it. But aside from that little thing, it was pretty damn good. And we went all the way from opening arguments to verdict to sentencing. That was good stuff. With lots of subset crazy in the mix. Good times. Thanks for coming out. I'll see y'all soon.